FM's debut. Valentine.
So, it's good enough that we can now see
Yeah.
that competition is no longer, a tit for tat. Throw in your soda, throw in mine, and let's make noise about it.
Sure.
It can actually be healthy, and every other person gets something good out of it. So you see, we having the FMs coming in to show what they're made of is working. Prior to this point, people will think that if a market is functioning, why create some form of competition? But you see, like they say, competition is healthy
Very, very
and
healthy.
it can help the economy grow. So I'm not shocked that with the coming of FMs that we can now see some certain change. But this is the question now: can it be sustainable?
Yeah.
Sustainability is what most countries that are underdeveloped hope to aim. Now, when you're not a developed country, you move from survival to thriving. I believe that we have got to a point where we're no longer surviving. We need to start thriving. And when we hear things like this, it enables us to know that, look, our financial gain that leads to better GDP has light at the end of the tunnel.
But it is also good that the naira is, rising to its strongest level. It's something, that is actually good to dwell in. I think if we continue like this, our economy will be something to write home about.
I remember just before we started the show, we're off camera, we're talking about, if this is against the dollar or is it the
it's
yen
against the
or
FX markets
as a
itself.
whole. So
Yeah.
it's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, like you said, sustainability is the only issue.
Sure.
They've proven that the naira is not as bad as we
Yeah.
thought it is. For months now, the naira has been really, really strong. I didn't know the FMs was actually what was behind it.
Oh, wow.
But knowing this is what was behind it, it's really like a big ups to them.
Commendable.
But how is it going to be sustainable? I mentioned it here that I'm going to wait till after the debt December. Now there's
Yeah.
like inflow of dollar and all of that. You know how
Exactly.
it works. I'm going to wait till then.
So the
Then-
spending spree
exactly.
time.
Then January, February, let's see if the naira is still going to sustain
Maintain, yes,
this
all right.
this strong picture that it has right now. So let's just keep our fingers crossed.
It's so good to know that it's happening this way, but if we can sustain it, like we rightly said, if we can sustain it, go through the festivity, come back from the festivity, maintain, and and make sure that it's still around the way it is, that's where we will now sigh,
Sigh of relief.
sigh of relief
Yeah.
and say of a truth, it is the way we've seen it, and it is the way we've spoken
and I
about
think
it.
apart from that, I think it's time I think we've had enough of the naira is gaining today, it's gaining tomorrow. Let it extend down to food, because it's somehow when you see that the naira is gaining, but the value of goods in the market still increasing.
I like the fact that
Yeah,
you
so-
you pointed to that
Yes,
aspect, because
we
that's
need
the
to see
reality
it.
of everything.
Exactly. We need to see that,
That's
okay,
the
the naira is
reality of
gaining now.
everything.
Can things start dropping so people can afford?
Speaking of dropping and the affordability of food,
Yeah.
which most definitely is the lifeline of every Nigerian. and those
Exactly.
who
That's
are-
where people really
Exactly.
understand
But
that this thing is working from.
those who cannot attain that middle class, so they experience a poverty line, but give and take.
Yeah.
Now, it's no news that we have only two classes here, the rich and the poor.
True.
However, if we are recording that the naira is gaining, before I begin to clap my hand and give them a thumbs up, I want to see to what end. I want to see amid which currency. I also want to see that give and take before even this dirty December, which is around the corner, that we can actually say the exchange rate can actually improve. Right now, it is 1,400 naira to a dollar. Give and take for what is what. It is still very, very high.
Compared
Considering
to
considering
where
Yeah.
we started.
I
Compared,
agree,
yeah.
Last year.
but considering the fact that we are an oil producing nation, do you know what that is? Let me tell you, in case you guys don't know. In the rank of oil producing nations in the world, we fall in between 1 to 5.
No, we are
Wow.
actually the first in Africa.
So when I say
in
1
the
to 5 in the
world,
world,
okay.
Oh.
now
No, 1 to 5.
at some point we dropped to 6 to 7. At that point again, we raised up small when Middle East has some issues. However, very quickly, what this means is that we have no business crying that our naira is not doing well in the international world. Why? because we export a very crucial and vital, resource to the world. Now, only recently we found out that we have lithium in the north.
Yeah.
Before then, we had gold and other, tin and columbite. What am I trying to say is that if we focus more on making sure that our internally generated resources and what we're exporting to the world is well put in place such a way that we can tackle and close all bottlenecks for corruption. Let me tell you what happened. FMs will have no business to even worry about if their debut, right, can make our Naira do well. Our Naira will automatically do well. Why? Our purchasing power will be strong. And I said it on social media.
Yeah.
I said, look, for what it's worth, we need to produce what we eat and eat what we produce, consume what we produce, because we have the numbers, 200 million. Most countries are up to 20 billion. And we're 200 million.
I agree with you on that. In that regard, in the oil sector, I think we'll be marching, towards that gap very soon. Like we're really doing it. The competition, we're ready for it, because you see somebody like Dangote and the trucks that he's pulling out, and then him still trying to want to get loan to expand, do a lot of things, and I'm sure he will give NNPC and make them understand that they actually need to do these things bigger than we're doing it
And
right
speaking
now.
of Dangote, I know there's a story.
Yeah.
They're talking about
Well,
borrowing.
give it up to them. They're really doing good, trying to
Yes.
sustain the
I'm
Naira
telling
up
you,
to
I'm
this
telling
point.
you.
So I'm sure they have a plan to the other inadequacies.
And before we even go to the next story, rice, they said rice has come down.
Oh,
I don't know.
So-
have you bought rice?
So I hate to say this,
So that's because of what Debbie said, that she has not seen anything come
said.
down in the market.
so it's good to say that they said, which is not a bad thing, because word of mouth is very powerful.
No, I would have been able to get the realistic, amount if I had gone for that purchase over the weekend, but I didn't. So I don't know if you guys did. So
Well, if it has dropped, how come food is still expensive
Thank you.
in some restaurants? Maybe because they're trying to overcharge people.
You started with your propaganda.
You know the thing. All right.
all right, now talking about the next story, which is Dangote seeks a $5 billion Afrexim Bank loan for refinery expansion.
Boom.
I like the fact that the loan is to expand the already very big refinery, which means we're going somewhere.
Yeah.
So when I use the exclamation boom, I mean to say that, look, we should be smiling.
Yeah.
When a nation has realized that for what it's worth, it can no longer hold its citizens, right, in a squeeze chokehold, then the word boom comes in, which means there's possibility for expansion at quantum level. However, in trying to experience this expansion, money must come in. So I think Dangote, making the world understand that, look, even though he's the richest man in Africa, he cannot stand alone. I like the fact that his leadership skill and his way of understanding the market is more diversified than even those who are regulators in the government.
Okay.
What am I trying to say is that you will never get it wrong as a country if you create a room for PPP, right? Public-private partnership. And Dangote understands this so well. That's why he's exceeding beyond our imagination, beyond our expectation.
Oh, okay.
For him to now say, okay, look, I want to loan money to expand Dangote refinery. It means that he has the heart of Nigeria. He has the well-being of Nigerians.
Apart from him having the well-being of Nigerians at heart, which is of course the key, the vital key, issue, the vital reason why he should be doing this. He has been in the business for a while now. He has seen that these things are possible. He has seen that if it gets expanded just even a little bit, right, it will ease Nigerians, and it will also it will also bring add more
Job creation.
job
Also
creation, a
strengthen
lot
the
of things. I
current
saw a lot of trucks. I think the CNG truck thing, and he has purchased more and then looking for more people to drive it. You understand? That's employment. If
I
you
have a
ask me.
question, though. I have a question.
And it's not just about for the fact that it's bringing about job creation. It is for the fact that it can reach a lot of people. They do not need to transport these things themselves. It can go to them. But is it for free?
This is a question that will come after this. If it's not for free, which means that the money he's going to ask Afrexim Bank to give to him, my question is, who's funding this Afrexim Bank? Are they coming? Are they a conglomerate of private, some other African union, whatever it is? My worry, and I hope this wouldn't be the aftermath.
Okay.
That IMF and World Bank is behind Afreximbank. If it is, then it's as simple as we stealing from Paul and paying Peter.
That's not
We
what
don't
it
want
is.
to see.
The African
However,
Bank-
That's still an assumption.
Yeah.
We don't have anything to
We shouldn't,
pinpoint on
yeah.
that.
Exactly.
Which-
That
which
would
is
still be an assumption from wherever Onyeka would have heard.
which is why I said if it was now, which means that it is an objective statement. So we're being objective here because we want to know, yes, Dangote, you're going to borrow money. I hope we will not have to buy fuel at top premium price above what Nigerians can survive.
No. If the refinery,
You just said
Yes,
we should
go
be able to adopt the PPP, meaning you cannot do anything on your own.
yeah,
And not to
exactly.
talk of something as big as what Dangote said. Yesterday we saw that he wants to increase the barrel to, I think, 1.4 million
Which is why he
barrels.
needs the money from African Bank.
Which he can't do it alone.
So
Do you
by-
understand? No, the African Bank, they've seen that, in my opinion, they've seen that the IMF and the World Bank
Right.
come with so much, interest
Sure.
in with their loans.
Yeah.
They decide to come together. We Africans, we should be able to help ourselves. That is why we have this.
especially if we
And they're
see
doing
that
so
it's
much.
for a good,
Exactly. And
for something that
yeah.
will benefit each and every one of
Yes,
us.
when it comes to the financial aspect of Africa, they're actually doing so much.
So there's something I
And
want to say
They let you know that they teach you that this is what you're using your money for. It's not like, okay, well, we just give you the money and then you have to pay loans and then it's compiled. So it's really
Alright.
a good thing.
So
it's really
I
a
think
good
I
thing,
think
and
we should
give
just
it to
mellow
them.
down. We should just
Yes,
mellow
please.
on the refinery expansion thing. We know that if Dangote says he's going to do it, he will do it with or without
But
them.
who's funding African Bank? Where are they banking?
your
their money?
right.
Wherever your assumption is coming
I've
from.
done my research.
Do
And I
your
realized that
research.
African Bank, they do have their stake one way or the other with BlackRock and IMF and World Bank.
Oh,
The
wow.
question now is that are they totally in control of their own savings, such a way that they can give other people money to run their business and we don't have to cry foul? Remember this. Let me tell you. If an apex bank like CABN, for instance, wants to frustrate an emerging bank, all they have to do is to make sure that whoever they're going to meet to partner with, they create spice for. Which
Okay,
is
I want
why-
to agree with you, and I won't agree with you less because I know that once you've started like this, Oyeka Valentine, it means
I
that
cannot do it,
it
we
means
said
that
well.
it's resettled, it's ringing down. But yeah, I think we just have to move on.
You saying the
I
IMF and the
think-
World Bank. After we're done with this, I will school you.
Oh my God! Let's take banter. We'll continue.
If
We
you
should-
know this, African Bank, they don't have gold stash. This is just normal phenomenon, financial layout.
I want to agree with you, Oyeka Valentine.
So they have their
We
own money
agree
banked
with
somewhere.
you. We
You don't have
agree
to do
with you.
research for it. World Bank and IMF
Yeah.
have their own reserve. Where are they putting it down? There's what they call the Swiss bank. You know.
Okay, I agree with you, Valentine. I agree with you. But moving on, I want to stay. Moving on, let's go with the banter. Talking about the subsidy removal raises FAAC payouts to 2 trillion naira monthly. Whoa. 2 trillion naira monthly. I think since the government actually stopped paying fuel subsidies, states, local governments now share 2 trillion naira each month from national revenue.
But
And
we are yet to see it. We are yet to start benefiting
Okay.
from it. So where are this monies going to?
So
How-
That would be the question.
Are you the government?
So
We are
if I might come
the
in,
subsidy,
hold on,
okay.
if I might come in, you see, due process
Okay.
in the government. If you work with government, I've worked with government before, and I can tell you, due process is something that you have to have the master of patience with you.
Okay.
So when allocation is made possible, it has to go through some certain checks and balances. So you will not feel the impact immediately. However, where I will agree with you will be if you have said, will we feel it eventually? That's a big question I want to answer. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
You see, as the money moves to its destination, it loses weight. Unfortunately, this is how it is, right? And my 2 years experience that I have working for a particular ministry in a particular state, I've learned so quickly that look, if you're not patient enough, you cannot work in those certain areas.
Why?
And from that experience, really counted.
Okay.
Now, when FAC comes in to say we're giving this amount of money, okay, to some certain states, remember It's only few states
They've
that are.
giving them the money already.
I'm only giving you. I'm giving you an analysis. I say when they say this,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about they will not give them. I say when they say that they will do this.
No. I think what you should be telling us is what they've been doing with it, because we don't have time, to start to think about all this logic around it. It is clear.
No.
What they've been saying is what they've been saying.
Putting in the money.
Yes,
Why
what
are we
they've
not
been saying
paying
is
benefits?
it should
So-
be transparent enough for us to say, oh, thank God, the subsidy has been removed. This is where the money is entering.
So it's good that we can have this conversation, but let's have this conversation in a way that people will see results. This is as simple as this. When money is given to you for social projects, right?
Yeah.
You see, you must have what we call accountability. Setup asks those questions. If you want to have answers, go to Setup's page, and Setup will explain to you, this is what we have done as our findings. They've done the homework for you.
I like the fact that Sarah is asking those questions
So
that Nigerians are not asking. But are they sustaining these questions? Are they following it up? Or if something comes to them, they keep mute and then let Nigerians wonder all by themselves. I like the fact that Sarah comes out with these, very strong points to open the eyes of Nigerians. But the thing is, what comes out after each question they ask?
So the major question is, are they utilizing the money? Are we seeing results? Is that the question now? If
that trillion naira monthly.
Monthly,
I don't know what
to states, and we're not seeing it. Is this a kind of
So you see now, what's happening right now? We have moved from question to question. We've not answered the previous one. This money has just increased. This wasn't the initial amount. See what it says. They have now increased the allocation. So the question now would be, if you now say the previous one, what have you been doing with it? We'll lay out the case and say, okay, if they have been making sure that roads in some certain areas were passed, that's where federal government comes in. If they're making sure that within states you're having one or two other areas, that's where those ones come in. However, let's probably take a quick break and come back, isn't it so? Let's take a quick break and come back.
Okay. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we will continue with our last point for the headlines.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Celebrate Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Boka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about
Yeah, welcome back. Now, this is the newspaper review segment of the breakfast show here on Business Day Television, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I am Destiny Momo, and joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is and as always, the newspaper review is going to be right now. It's always good to have you guys, and now we're going to be talking. We're going to be reviewing the Business Day newspaper, Punch, Guardian, and of course, Captain After Day. So very quickly, let's see what we have on our Business Day newspaper. It says on life expectancy, why women outlive men. Why women outlive men. Now, this is we're going to go back to to talk about this one, because I can see that Deborah is already very, very interested in this. Still on the Business Day newspaper, says that new service chiefs seen energizing anti-terror fight. Whoa. And that's on page 26 of our Business Day newspaper. We also have 1.5 trillion naira ghost hunts new 28 billion naira metering bailout. I should think that should be in the power sector. And he right here says that Dangote refinery targets 1,000 megawatts power boost in $20 billion expansion. Still on our Business Day newspaper, we're seeing here OPay set to host the Empowering Futures Conference 2025. So much for our Business Day newspaper. I think we should just move to the on life expectancy, why women outlive men. This is very, 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 it's a point to note, right? Valentine, I'm happy you're a man and you're in our midst.
Well, but first and foremost, I will speak for both genders, not just men and women. In generally, I believe that for what it is, that women can outlive men.
Yeah.
Likewise, men can also outlive women. But in this case, trying to do justice to this particular headline, the question is, do women actually outlive men? Let's start that
This
first.
was a research.
So,
and they came to the conclusion.
Hold down. Don't jump into conclusion. Hold down. So now, if they've come up with this now, my question now is this. On what basis?
All right. So the article reads that men are more likely to smoke, use alcohol in excess, drive dangerously, have low health seeking behavior, greater exposure to occupational hazard, higher injury rates, more exposure to pollution and stress.
Right.
In all of this, why would they live long?
So, let me hear from you first. Before I weigh in, what do you think?
It's very simple. It's very clear. A woman can clearly multitask without feeling stressed. You understand? But when you think of or you enlist the things a woman can do without feeling stressed, and then you know that men, being the logical ones, you guys don't know how to actually contain the stress, and you can't actually multitask as women can. I want to take an example of a woman that has a little baby and has a home to take care of. Remember that she leaves no stone unturned in ensuring that these whole things are well taken care of. But if, for instance, a woman has an emergency and leaves that crying baby for that man, he can't handle it.
I'm gonna leave multitask now. Let me just say something now. With all this that I mentioned, you know the kind of society we live in. If you see a man smoking, it's like he's smoking. But before you see a woman smoke, it's going to be 1 in 10 people.
Okay.
Like 1 in 10 women
Yeah.
is actually going to be like a smoker. Let's now leave the behavior. Let's look at hormones. Now, women actually have hormonal, it's called estrogen. We produce estrogen that helps us, fight certain things in the body, unlike the men.
All right.
And that's why every month we get to push it away.
All
So
right.
that way your body is all, after like
Rejuvenated, revitalized.
Men don't have that. Coupled with the behavior. How many women do you see driving trucks? It's the men. You're talking about work. How many women right now, because we're still talking about inclusivity, how many women right now work?
No, don't say that. I disagree with you.
It's
A
more
lot of
men.
women,
Let's be
a lot
neutral.
of women work
Me and
now.
you,
If we're talking
we're
about
working.
now,
Unlike the men, we are talking against the men now. Unlike the numbers of the men that work,
you don't
We
want to
have
know the
more
number
men.
of women that are handling these things. But
I'm
I agree
not
with
saying
you.
women don't
Yeah.
work. I'm saying, see, I can decide
Life
not
expectancy.
to. I can decide not to work, but
Yeah.
a man would not decide
Not
not
to
to
work.
work. So these are the things, the stress. You can't live long with all of that stress. But me and you, we know that okay, when we are tired today, tomorrow we'll be fine because of how our body works and because we don't indulge in some habits.
But
Because
men
the
are aware.
society
Men
does
are
not really
aware
like-
of these things
Are they
now.
aware?
Yes, they are aware, and that's why
why
you
is your
hear
face
the
like
talk.
this?
You hear the talk. You hear the talk. What women bring to the table because they want things to ease up for them.
I totally understand that part, but I'm saying that behavioral patterns and also immunopatterns.
I agree with you
actually,
on
like,
this.
Helps
It
women
does,
actually
yeah.
live long. You can't expect a man who is catering for a
And,
family
and sometimes
of
it can
8.
also be like a personal thing. There are some men that don't allow these things to get into them so badly.
Like
They
Valentine.
will not. Yes, Valentine is the kind of, Valentine is such a man that can live for 150
Let me tell you
years
what
in
he has
good
to
health
do.
and plenty
Because
money.
This a research was done on this. It's not just
Okay.
someone didn't just wake up
Exactly.
and decide to write it. This is
Just
actually
like they
from
said, there are
our
a lot
deck.
of landladies in Benin City.
I'm
Why?
telling you.
Because of this.
So I will say this. I haven't heard you ladies. You know, there's a typical saying that goes this way, that a pet is loved unconditionally.
Okay. A pet is what?
Are
Is
we
loved.
really doing
Hold
this?
On, hold on, hear me. You know, okay, I allow you ladies to talk.
Okay.
A pet is loved unconditionally.
Okay.
The wife is loved unconditionally, right? The children are loved
It's only
unconditionally.
the man that
The man, but the man
Yeah.
is loved on the condition that he provides. Having said this, look, it is no news that men built the world.
This is not 1999.
Hold on. You know, I keep quiet. So you guys can talk, so I can hear you out.
Yeah.
It's not news that men built the world, right? Look, men build the trains, the flights, all that stuff.
Okay.
So men are wired to provide. Men are wired to make sure they secure. Men are wired to make sure their legacy is heard long after they're gone.
Okay.
Now, haven't heard from both of you. I could simply tell that all you've done is to make what I'm about to say.
But
even make
because
my
we don't
own
have all day, we don't have all time. We have to review these papers and review them well.
hear what
But
you
I will
have to
let
say.
you land so we can. I'll just let you land briefly.
Right. So the reason why I think life expectancy for women is higher than
Yeah,
men is
okay.
simple.
Oh, you agree now because you disagreed.
So it is not something to disagree or agree with. When a man is doing what men are supposed to do, most likely your life will not be as long as should be, because you are in charge of your home.
Yeah.
You are totally responsible to make sure that your name and your legacy is carried forth. So,
Apart from these things, yeah.
so the area, let's not make a hurry. So the
Yeah.
area of stress will come in.
It will come
The
in.
ability to
But what's the
deliver will come in.
lifestyle? What's the lifestyle to actually live this life,
hold
knowing
on,
that the
hold on.
stress
When it
is
comes
part of life for men?
When it comes to lifestyle,
Yes.
there is no gender that will escape. Just the way you see men smoke, women smoke.
But 1 in 10.
I agree with you. I think we should move on from
You
this
know,
story,
so-
because you've actually made your point. You've made a point that men are loved conditionally, you know, because
On the
of what,
condition
on the condition
that
of what they provide.
So that alone
On
is
the
enough.
condition of what
I
they
do not
provide.
agree.
But it's not a
So
total
not agree.
acceptance from my part.
Right? So
Like I
let's
said,
move
it's
to
not
next one.
Yes.
1909.
Anyway.
It would be nice if you move away from that ideology.
Okay, now the one I agree with you.
Talk about it.
1.5 trillion naira goes.
So let's move to the next one.
1.5 trillion naira goes hunts new 28 billion naira metering bail out. Metering bail out. It still has to do with the electricity and the NEC. He said when Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission NEC unveiled a 28 billion naira bailout for electricity what? Distribution. Yes, companies. No, it has to do with that actually. And don't forget that this amount, though we know is much, we know it's high, we don't. I don't know. The metering thing, has it gone around the neighborhoods?
Yeah, I
Do
think it
everybody
has.
have access, you know, to these meters, or how are people?
I think it has. I think
Okay.
it has. When it comes to that aspect of electricity,
Okay.
they've really like copped that aspect, because even places like Ajegunle, you know, like the downstream part of Ajegunle, they all have meters now.
Okay.
Their electricity are actually being monitored right
Wow,
now. So
that's good.
If
So people will not cheat.
yes, shit. I think they've been able to like cover, you know, most areas in Lagos. I'm not going to say all areas because I can't speak for, you know.
But somebody, I
but
think
most areas
on
have
this
been covered.
on this issue, you know, you find out that where they have all these the rich, the high and the mighty, where they use like 10, 15 ACs,
Really trying to
and
escape it.
May I have your attention, please?
Okay,
They
love
have their local electricians that do things for them in such a way that you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked because how can you explain that you go to an average home and then you see people turning off their televisions, turning off their freezers, and then
it's reading.
Yes, it's reading, and then you see people leaving their air conditions on
Okay,
24
so
hours.
I'm not
And
allowed
then-
to leave it on.
No, I'm talking about 10, 15 ACs in a duplex on. At no point is
I
it
do
going
still
off.
believe that we have, especially the rich now, we have them bypassing the metering system.
So it is no news
It will
that
shock
people
you.
who you think might not perpetrate this crime are the
I'm
ones
shocked.
making it worse.
It will shock you.
Sometimes perception has a way of deceiving a lot of people.
Exactly.
Anyone can be caught in the midst of, electricity theft. There's a thing called
Electricity theft, yeah.
and it is a crime. Okay, and I've just checked now. It's a jailable crime. Now, most Nigerians will not accept it when they are caught. No, I have no idea. I don't know how it happened. But you see, when we have more people doing this, which means the revenue that is being generated for the power to be used will not be enough to sustain and also, take care of those facilities.
You know what is really shocking me in all of this?
Sorry,
Go ahead.
So I'm not surprised that we have this kind of numbers
Yeah.
showing through.
Yeah.
A lot of people have used the idea of, okay, you know what, the country is too high, let's find a way to boycott. But when you take shortcut, you're cut short, really, because they have those, task force that go around to go and check these things.
Yeah, they do. That's why I'm surprised that there'll be people.
Okay, I think
who
we should actually round up on this story because it's actually it's an everyday thing for Nigerians, and a lot of people are not finding it funny, especially for the fact that before now we're not seeing electricity. Electricity is actually coming now, and people cannot use it as much because of the the bill that comes with it. Okay, I think still on the Business Day newspaper, talking about story science shifting trends. Stories, science, shifting trends. We have it here that says on a cloudy Sunday morning in August 20. It's actually, 53-year-old Chinedu Pam, not real name.
That's on the life expectancy.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
Let's just move to the
let's see what we have in the punch.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the Punch newspaper, Deborah, what do we have there?
The big story there reads: PDP consensus deal shatters as Lamido rejects Turaki, and the writer there says tension ahead of convention. Screening postponed indefinitely. Lamido heads to court. Taruki advances bid. I'd really like to hear Valentine's thought on this. But at the top of the Punch newspaper, we have 92-year-old BI's 8th term wins spark protest in Cameroon. You can get a hold of that story on page 8 of the Punch newspaper. And we have Tinubu Obasanjo lead dignitaries to honor late Christopher Kolade. You can get a hold of that story on page 8 of the Punch newspaper. Another one reads, Natasha broke panel code in attacks on Akpabio. And that was said by Bello, the AGF. And that story is on page 9 of the Punch newspaper. And down below, we have a picture of Tinubu with the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General Emmanuel, and also the Chief of Defense Staff, and also the Chief of Army Staff in a picture concerning the person that was suspended. Yeah, so that's it on the... Okay, we also have doctors mobilized for Friday strike amid... How did I forget this? Amid 38 billion naira unpaid allowances.
That's much. That's a lot.
Oh, it's coming from... He actually said, that they've been paid and, they're not on strike anymore.
Who said so?
You said so.
I didn't say they
Should we
paid.
go back?
Yeah, I didn't say I said they came to a compromise.
So what's the compromise?
It could be, you see, let me tell you. When you come to an agreement, it could be, we'll pay you in 3-4 months, go back to work, right? But the fact we said that, look, they paid them. If they pay them, we'll not hear this kind of stories. By the way, I'm not even their finance minister, so I should have one.
It's funny.
I was wondering if you have a thing or
You
two.
considered to defeat yesterday, and now you're saying this. But yes.
It is not a conflict for anyone to consider to defeat. The idea is, we look at the story, we say, okay, how best can we follow through? And in this matter, I will tell you for a fact. Those who want to go on strike, it is their right to go on strike.
Yeah.
Now, federal government can only do that which they know how to do best, which is
Sure.
to mediate, to say, look, you know what, let us come to the table and talk about this. So we can give you an extended time. However, since we're seeing this coming up again, and we think maybe Friday could just be the D-Day, and hopefully to be the mother of all strikes, will it be in our favor? Those who are sick already, those who are in government hospitals, what's the adverse effect? What about someone who might be caught up in an emergency on the road? What if doctors say they can't?
It's
So
funny
there's a
how
whole lot.
Yeah. So I was speaking to a doctor on Sunday, and he was explaining to me that people just read to them a part of their constitution that reads you have to treat a person whether or not you are the person is not capable of of paying you and all of that.
Right.
He says people just read a part of it. There's also a part that reads, after doing all of this, I would enjoy. So what's the point of working when you're not going to enjoy what you're actually working for? I don't think they should concede to the whole 2 days or 3 weeks. We'll say some things and then we'll go back on strike. I don't think so, because you're just reading the parts where you're a doctor and you must actually treat a patient.
Exactly.
It's not
This story.
Well, because of time, I think we just have to go to the Vanguard newspaper. Valentine, what do we have
I think
there?
we should just go straight to our cartoon of the day because of time. What do you think? Or let's just read out the Vanguard.
Yeah, just read out what we have there very briefly
So
without
we
bantering.
have quickly demolition displaced Oroshoki residents recount losses on page 10.
Okay.
And then page 9 said era of endless court battles over, says INEC chairman Amupita. Hopefully that we'll see that quite soon. And then here page 20 says First Bank demonstrates effective asset liability management with Eurobond redemption. It's enough to for, if you know what I mean. And down here at the middle, we see Apapa gridlock returns as e-call-up system crashes.
Wow.
Unfortunately, we're hoping that we'll stop seeing trucks and tankers blocking the way. But again, we see that there's tendency that the gridlock might return. Down here, it says chaos in PDP convention at risk. Chaos in PDP convention at risk. It's strange, but at some point we thought that we didn't have a formidable, opposition party. But if we are seeing PDP still saying they are facing some chaos one way or the other in their convention, will this even worsen that idea that we don't have a solid, opposition party? We don't know. Right. So finally here it says, I think the story already was read out. You read the story. So I think we're done with this.
Well, it's good that we have new service chief. Let's see how our security condition will be in the country. All right, let's quickly move on to the cartoon of the day. Let's see what we have there as we try to end up a roundabout newspaper review this morning. Wow, the cartoon of the day.
It's self-explanatory.
Very, very self-explanatory.
We see, again, first and foremost, great work, Asukwa. He has a way of creatively.
I think this Okpara.
Is it Okpara?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So Okpara, well done. Great way of explaining what's going on. But see, in the midst of all this, there's one thing for sure, which is how come it was when there was rumors of a coup, right?
Yeah.
That senior service chiefs were now asked to go on forceful retirement. I mean, instead of using the word, we fired them so that they don't probably irritate the military.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just say, look, you guys are going to the age of retirement, come and retire. And did you see the list of benefits? It will shock you. Look, for life, they have a sidearm given to them until the general passes on the sidearm to turn back to the Nigerian army.
Wow.
You have 2 stewards, you have 2 chefs, you have a crew of 9
But they're risking their lives.
So hold on. So this is what the package that comes with being a general. Once you're a general, you retire, you're a general for life.
Exactly.
So you have those packages with you. So imagine all those generals that have retired. Most of our people who are supposed to be in the war front, some of them are now brought to guide these people. So a lot of concerns have been shown that, look, for what it's worth, that give and take, the benefits are too much. Anyways, the cartoon of the day had explained it.
Wow. It
It's
was very
fired.
self-explanatory. Fired.
Fired.
That's for the security chiefs, right? Well, it's good to know that at least we have new service chiefs coming, and let's see what they have to offer. At least we still know that we are still facing insecurity in the country. All right. Thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. Now, this is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Morning. Stay tuned.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring to you news in details. The Naira on Monday appreciated to a record of 1,452.79 Naira per dollar in the official foreign exchange market, marking its strongest level since the commencement of trading on the electronic foreign exchange matching system. According to reports, this represents a gain of 14.34% compared to 1,661.12 Naira recorded in December 2024 when FM's platform was first introduced. On a day-to-day basis, the Naira strengthened by 0.4% as the dollar quoted at 1,452.79 Naira on Monday compared to 1,457.95 Naira quoted on Friday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. In the parallel market, the Naira closed at 1,485 Naira per dollar on Monday, the same rate it traded the previous week. And looking ahead, analysts of Coronation Merchant Bank expect the official rate to remain below the 1,500 Naira per dollar threshold, supported by expectations of sustained FX liquidity and continuous inflows from key market segments. And moving on, the new president and chairman of the African Export-Import Bank, George Elombi, has revealed that Aliko Dangote is seeking an additional $5 billion to expand his refinery in Lagos. And during his inaugural address at Afrexim Bank's investiture ceremony in Cairo, Elombi stated that Dangote had personally revealed the plan earlier, assuring the bank would explore all possible financing options. The $20 billion Dangote refinery, largely financed by Afrexim Bank, has been described as a transformative project for Nigeria's energy landscape, as Elombi noted that a planned expansion could reshape fuel supply across West Africa, easing costs and boosting regional trade. The president warned against external interference in Africa's financial sovereignty, reaffirming Afrexim Bank's mandates to finance production and industrial transformation. And still on, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Henneken Lopoberi, says Nigeria's Federation Account Allocation Committee now shares over 2 trillion naira every month among the 3 tiers of government following the removal of fuel subsidy by President Bola Tinubu's administration. Lopoberi will reveal these at the 9th edition of the 2025 OTL Africa Downstream Energy Week in Lagos. Says the bold decision to end the decades-long subsidy regime had freed up enormous fiscal resources that are now being redirected to critical infrastructure and development projects across the country. The minister noted that the decision to remove fuel subsidies was one of the most courageous decisions taken by any Nigerian leader in recent history, praising President Tinubu for demonstrating political will and economic foresight despite initial resistance from citizens and political stakeholders. And also in the news, Lopoberi has also called for renewed global investment in oil and gas infrastructure, saying that the world needs to invest at least $450 billion annually to maintain and rebuild existing assets critical to energy security and economic stability. Lopoberi emphasized that the global narrative on energy transition must be balanced with the realities of growing energy demand, particularly in developing economies. The minister noted that the IEA, which had earlier projected a gradual phase out of fossil fuels in favor of renewables, has revised its outlook in recognition of rising global energy demand, population growth, and the need for supply stability. Citing the 2025 IEA report, Lopoberi said the agency now acknowledges that oil and gas will continue to play a vital role in global energy mix for decades, accounting for over 60% of energy demand by mid-century. All right, now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on the Business Morning segment. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
The team was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that Business Day is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Nigerians are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get.
Welcome back to Business Morning, and I'm moving on to the first conversation for the day, talking about addressing the unaddressed in Nigeria's solar energy market. In a country blessed with abundant sunlight, Nigeria's solar energy market holds vast potential, yet much of it remains untapped. As the nation grapples with power shortages and rising electricity demand, experts say addressing the unaddressed issues in the solar sector could redefine Nigeria's energy future. Nigeria receives an average of over 2,600 hours of sunlight annually, and one of the highest in the world. And yet millions of homes and businesses continue to rely on expensive diesel generators or remain in darkness. The paradox highlights deep structural gaps in the nation's renewable energy landscape. Industry analysts point to financing barriers, poor regulatory frameworks, and limited local manufacturing capacity as key challenges slowing solar adoption. While several startups and international investors have ventured into the sector, the high upfront cost of solar installations remains a stumbling block for many rural and low-income households. Government initiatives such as the Solar Niger project under the Economic Sustainability Plan have aimed to deploy millions of off-grid solar connections. However, experts argue that implementation bottlenecks, policy inconsistencies, and weak local content development have limited the program's full impact. And as Nigeria's transition towards cleaner energy sources, stakeholders are calling for stronger collaborations between government agencies, private investors, and even local innovators to build a more inclusive energy ecosystem. With over 80 million Nigerians still lacking reliable electricity, addressing the unaddressed in the solar energy market is not just an environmental necessity, but it is an economic imperative. And now joining us is Yakubu Yunusa. He is a certified renewable and solar expert. Good morning, Yunusa.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on Business Morning this morning. Now, very quickly, how would you access the current regulatory environment for solar energy in Nigeria?
Well, thank you so much for these beautiful questions and topic. Addressing the unaddressed in solar energy industry is something we need to, try to address for us to have a smooth running of business in Nigeria. When we are looking at the policy that affect majority of these solar energy in Nigeria, one of the policy which I think affecting Nigeria solar energy industry currently is that the government parastatals in charge of energy management, they are not doing enough, which is affecting both private organizations. They are not funding those private organizations who are interested in, generating mini-grid solar energy system in Nigeria. And also, another issue that is happening in solar energy industry is that the lack of, funds from the federal government. We are hearing a lot of projects. They are financing social projects with social billions of naira. All these things are being seen on papers. We are not seeing it in action. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So we are not seeing all these things in action. So in the physical aspect of it, we are not feeling the vibes. We are not seeing the possibility of we having a smooth running environment for the investor in solar energy in Nigeria.
Wow. Okay, now, so what specific policy gaps are hindering the large-scale investment and adoption of solar solutions?
Well, to mention a specific, there are many issues affecting these current issue we are talking about. We have the main blockers. You understand? We have the main blockers which is affecting this issue. Like as I mentioned earlier, uh, for instance, we all know that the kind of electricity we are using in Nigeria does not allow net metering compared to the advanced country. I don't want to mention any country, but if we take a look at those countries that has, access to 247 electricity, are you getting me?
Exactly.
They allow their common citizen to have what we call net metering, which give access to anybody that has a solar energy system, to sell back to the grid. But because of the policy which we are running in Nigeria sector, when you install a solar energy system and you are generating excessive electricity, so because of the net metering policy we are using that doesn't allow this, so you will be losing money instead of you getting credit like all these advanced countries when their citizens have a net prepaid meter, whereas the government are generating electricity to them, right?
Yeah.
And they are also generating their own. So this balance their equation. So if what they are consuming from the government, electricity is not enough, that is when they will be charged. But if what they are generating from their own solar setup, is higher than what they are consuming, they will be able to sell back to the grid. So the first policy which I want government to look into is this net metering issue. As we have gross, people, a lot of the citizens going into solar energy industry, they should allow the policy, they should review the policy of net metering in Nigeria. And another thing which I want to shape in is this, the tariff on importation of solar products. If the government can also look into it to bring this tariff down, I think is going to bring a positive innovation into this field.
Okay. So now do you think that Nigeria's renewable energy policies is actually aligning with its climate and electrification goals?
Well, yes, Nigeria is aligning, but there is a little bit issue which I'm seeing in this current situation. For you, this solar of a thing is new in this community. A lot of people, they lack the right knowledge about solar system. So I think the government has to come out from their shell to emphasize on the right methodology on how to use solar the right way so that the solar system will align with the climate change of environment in Nigeria. The advocacy, the announcement is not enough. Education, the publicity is not enough. That is the area which the government is lacking.
So now what reforms are most urgent to unlock the full potential of the solar sector?
The number one reform which I think will unlock this full potential is the establishment of, or am I going to call it a support to local manufacturing of solar products in Nigeria. Most of all these products we are using, majority of it are imported. We are importing solar panel, we are importing inverter, we are importing controller and everything. We can manufacture these things in Nigeria here if there is a full support from those in charge of it. So the first thing I want them to look into is the local manufacturing, local support. Let's be manufacturing all these products in Nigeria here also. So when we start manufacturing, it will reduce the cost and also it will boost the economy. And it will provide employment opportunity, to the common citizen. And also, I want them, the government to also look into the aspect of giving funds, supporting individual, the citizen, those who could not afford the solar energy system. Let there be grants, whereas a common citizen can be able to take maybe on instrumental payment, which is going to have a low interest since it's coming from the government. So those are the two areas also which I'm also looking toward.
Okay, now talking about financing and investment, why is access to finances still one of the biggest challenges for solar projects in Nigeria?
I do say that solar is an investment.
Okay.
Are you getting me?
Yeah.
Solar is an investment. And when we say something is an investment, you need money. There is, we have a lot of factories, a lot of business owners, a lot of, home owners who want to install a certain capacity of solar energy system to run their business or to run their home, maybe, and they could not afford the cost of this particular solar system. Sometimes they will lose interest because though the one available has a higher interest. As I'm talking to you, we have many microfinance banks. I don't want to mention any, financing all the solar system. But if you check the interest rate, it is higher than sometimes when you check the interest rate, it is even higher than the cost of the solar system.
Okay. All right. Now,
so those are the things which are affecting. So if the government can come in, reduce the interest rate, extend maybe 4 to 5 years of repaying this money, it's going to make a lot of people to buy this idea of installing solar system for their businesses.
Oh, okay. So now what role can local financial institutions and even micro lenders play in expanding, this sector?
Let me pick it from the microfinancing of lenders. They are the closer bank to the community, right? The microfinance banks, they are the closer banks to the community. And being closer to the community, majority of them can also partner with solar companies, having a business agreement with them that it's also company. If you have a customer that wants to buy solar and they could not afford the cost, after checking their credibility, let us finance them for you. But majority of these microfinance banks, remember, every business owner has their target. Every business owner has their interest rate which they're working toward. I won't tell them to bend their rules, but I will encourage them to reduce the higher interest they are placing on all this solar financing. So that is number one. And number two, they should also create awareness. Majority of all these banks, if people are saying that, so banks are financing solar, it will be easier for customers to also approach them. And from approaching those microfinance bank will approach their partners. It's going to be a win-win also.
Said that, right? How can the government encourage how can the government actually encourage private sector participation in solar infrastructure projects?
Number one thing which I will try to say is this: most of the projects which we have seen being carried out truly are being financed by the government. There are different projects we are seeing up and down, but we have limited numbers of certified individuals. If the first thing I want the government to come in is training, certification to all these private individuals, all these businesses, in our community. A lot of them, they lack the standardability of carrying out these services. The first thing I want government to do is to look at training them, opening a training center in all the 36 states of Nigeria, opening doors to any interested private organization who want to, be carrying out the services. And the second thing is finance. The aspect of finance is very much important. And another thing is advocacy. The government are not doing it enough. In my own analytical view, because we have a lot of media, we have a lot of platform which I expected the government to also be telling people that, you can start using solar. This is the encouragement. This is the benefits you are going to get when you start using solar. By doing this, it will create more interest of the common citizen to dive into solar to dive into solar energy system sector.
Innovative financing models are working in other African countries that Nigeria should actually adopt, so these things can work very well for us.
Yes. Like I said, solar is nearly new in this country, and I believe, based on the mission we are having, that by mission 2030, we should have a percentage of people using solar. It is not a matter of, saying it. We need to put it into action. All these advanced countries, these are what they are doing there. You understand? That makes the rapid growth of, adoption of solar energy innovation to speed up. So if we put all these things together, I think there's going to be a better environment, performance in solar energy sector in Nigeria.
The area of technology and even local content. How can Nigeria strengthen its local manufacturing capacity for solar panels and components?
In that aspect, I think our media streams, they have to come in and play vital roles. Media stream has become the only genuine source to which the common citizen of Nigeria gets their information. If we start broadcasting, telling people more, telling them the advantage, the benefits, the reward, I think using this platform, we will have a lot of penetration into the locals, and soon we'll move to the international level.
But are there efforts to train local technicians and even engineers to sustain the industry long term?
With the way I'm saying this, I'm not seeing any positivity in this, because the numbers of certified engineer which I'm seeing, they are very low compared to the expected. Because when you check online, when you check different solar companies, many people are claiming that they are into solar energy system, right? Okay. Do we have certified people trained by either the government organization or private sector? The numbers we have is little, is very low compared to what we need to meet up by the mission 2030 we are shouting up and down.
Okay. So then what technological innovations can help reduce the high upfront cost of solar installations? That's the high upfront cost of solar installations. What do you think can actually, make it lower?
If we can look into the aspect of integrating solar system, because for instance, if you look at a few years ago, when you want to install solar energy system, you have to buy solar panel, you buy battery, you buy inverter. When you check the cost of all those components, it's higher. But now we have smart system, whereas when you purchase a smart system, all this ESS, all in one system, you only buy just your panel to integrate. This will reduce the cost of buying solar panel, buying battery, buying inverter, and also the kind of the battery we are using. If you check the numbers of battery we are using, maybe before, well, lead acid, tubular battery, but now using lithium-ion battery configuration, in the next 10 years, customer will be able to be using their system without buying or replacing another battery. And solar panel function within 15 to 25 years. So all these type of technological innovation has to be bring and imbibed into this sector for us to be able to reduce more cost of the system. Technology, the more technology we bring, like the other time we are using transformer-based inverter. Now we have transformerless, which cost lesser. Inverter that has an inbuilt controller. So instead of you buying controller, buying inverter separately, you don't need to do that now. All what you just need to do is to buy a hybrid inverter or all-in-one system. These are happening due to technological innovation, but majority of the citizens or the locals, they are still with the analog means of the solar system. Okay. So we have to wake them up that the technology has increased. We have moved from the old system to the new system so that we can be updated.
Wow. All right, then talking about access and rural electrification, despite several solar projects, many rural communities still lack access to electricity. Why is that? Why do you think it happens that way?
Well, if you look at the population of Nigeria, we have over 250 million population.
Yeah.
And when we are looking at all these projects they are financing, it is not the whole state. It is just maybe a community. So how do you expect a community? Whereas we have a whole state and they just focus on maybe one small tiny village and install about 20 street lights there. How will that be effective to the whole community?
Sure. So now,
those are the things we're having. So the project, the rural electrification project we are having, most of them takes years to finish, and also some of them they lack maintenance. Go and check most of all these rural electrification agency projects. After the commission, they won't go back for maintenance. There are a lot of boreholes in the community. They are not functioning again. There are a lot of community street lights. They lack maintenance. There are a lot of mini grids. All these small mini grids we are seeing, most of them lack maintenance. So the one that they install lack maintenance. So we need more to be installed. The one they install lack maintenance and we need more. So we can't meet up if we continue in this pattern. We won't be able to meet up.
Sure.
So we have to continue to do more projects. And also, I'm so very sorry to say this. They have to look at the budget which they are allocating for all this rural education. Some of the time when I do sit down to analyze, sometimes I have seen a particular project they are costing about 1.something million naira for a street light. A street light that costs just about 250,000 naira.
Oh.
So all these kind of things are part of the things we need to review, to look into. The kind of the rural education project we are having are very low in Nigeria currently. So the government has to increase its speed.
So now, how can off-grid and even mini grid solar solutions bridge Nigeria's energy gap?
Well, since I'm seeing a particular policy currently that an individual, can sell to the grid, can sell to the neighbor that, you have every citizen of Nigeria is free to install solar. For instance, I want the federal government to also make it as a publication. Those who can afford it, encourage people to invest in a mini grid system so that they can be selling to communities. For instance, if I have the money and I look at a particular community that lack electricity, I set up a mini grid farm and start selling to them. Are we together?
Yeah.
This will encourage the numbers of off-grid setup we'll be having in Nigeria. And if individuals have their own mini grid, this will also speed it up and reduce the dependency on the national grid.
Wow. Oh, you've said well, but then what role should state governments and local councils play in expanding rural access to solar power? I'm sure, with what you've just said, if the government and the local councils play a huge role, this rural access to solar power can be expanded in these communities, right or wrong?
Yes. I'm 100% sure of that.
Okay then. So then how can communities be more involved in maintaining solar infrastructure?
What we need is orientation. There are, based on my research, there are many videos circulating, whereas there was a particular mini grid set up in a particular village. But because of lack of orientation, and in this particular village, based on my research, I heard that there was no rainfall in that particular community. And the locals, they believe that because of the solar system being installed in that particular village was the reason why they are not experiencing rainfall in that village.
Wow.
I see no reason why you want to set up something which they are not familiar with, without giving them the right orientation about it, to let them be aware, pass the information to them, let them know the benefits, let them know what this is going to do to the community. By telling them what this is going to give to them, how it's going to assist their business, how it's going to illuminate the community. This will reduce the risk of them damaging those systems. Do you know that there are many solar streets like that have been damaged in that community?
Wow.
Do you know that there are many solar boreholes that have been damaged in community today? And it is a rural electrification agency project. It is lack of orientation. It is lack of awareness, because majority of them, they are hungry. And they think that the only thing they can do is maybe to steal the battery of this system and sort it off. But when you pass the right orientation, the right knowledge to them, let them know the value, let them know the hazard of going there to go and disconnect a battery. You are not an expert and you are going toward a high voltage system to disconnect. What if you are electrocuted? What if there is fire outbreak in that community? What is going to happen?
You've made a very valid point. Yeah, you've made a very valid point about teaching these people, how to use these facilities, because it will be beneficial to them. And some time ago, I went across a rural community and I saw solar powered street lights helping the community, gain access to bright roads, and it's helping them. Okay, now let's go into a little bit of sustainability and the future of energy. How does expanding solar energy align with Nigeria's transition to a very clean energy economy?
Well, as I do say, in my own projection, I think there is going to be more development and more acceptance of solar energy in Nigeria. And in the next few years, I can tell you that 65% of the population might depend on green energy, which is the solar. And, due to the, because we have a lot of people going solar now, we have a lot of people, buying solar system. So in the next picture, I can proudly tell you that we are going to have the increment, but we have to put all these factors together, to assist the community. Because there is a lot of things also happening in the solar market. When you go to the solar market, there is a lot of sticker panels. A solar panel rated 300 watts, but because of personal profit, they will remove the sticker and put 450 watt panel, a sticker on it. A lot of people don't know this. A lithium battery of grade E, instead of it, I think this is where our standard organization has to come in also. If we really want to improve, they have tried their effort, they are doing their effort, but to me, their effort is not enough.
So these things, are they removing them locally or from the manufacturers?
No, before we start manufacturing, I encourage local manufacturing to boost our economy so that we won't mostly depend on importation, right?
Exactly.
But since we are not encouraging the local manufacturing currently, we have to continue importing. Pending the time, we will start manufacturing in Nigeria.
Wow. Yeah, you've made very solid, points concerning this solar energy in Nigeria. But then what is the realistic timeline for solar energy to significantly reduce Nigeria's dependence on fossil fuels?
Like I said, in the next few years, I don't want to mention a particular year. I can tell you that in the next 10 years, Nigeria will have over 65% population, are using solar energy system.
Okay. That will be good. Okay, so what lessons can Nigeria learn from other emerging economies leading in renewable adoption?
Well, the first thing I want Nigeria to learn from is this. Majority of all these advanced countries we are seeing today, they are being powered by solar. They are being powered by renewable energy. The government has mini-grid. We have different sorts of power generation in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Do we have solar included in this system?
It's just a few.
Do we have solar farm being inclusive? What is the percentage of the solar farm we have being included into this. We have to look at that angle also. Are we still relying on hydroelectric power? Whereas when it's dry season, there won't be enough water to drive this our hydroelectric power. It's going to reduce the power generation in Nigeria, which is what we know, right? If we have mini grid being integrated into this system, it's going to assist this. And before you know, we will not be depending on hydroelectric power. We will not be depending on solar if we start integrating solar, because all these advanced countries, that is what they are doing. I can mention about 5 advanced countries that they have about 235 megawatt of solar plants driving their cities, driving their country. How many do we have in Nigeria? That is the question. So it is time for our government to also look into that aspect.
But then, talking about our government looking into that aspect, some time ago, news came out, solar powered at Sorok, and the budget for that was very high. What do you have to say on that? Are you saying that the government is not aware, and yet they are putting that facility in, at Sorok in Abuja?
Well, as a solar analyst, let me tell you something. When we are talking about solar energy design, it is a good innovation. When the government came out and said they want to install a mini grid to power Asoro, let me ask you a question. Is that enough? Where particular Asoro? Is it the whole, am I going to call it the whole local government, or the Asoro that mini grid is going to power? What is the capacity of the mini grid? We only heard about the figure, right?
Yeah.
We don't, the capacity of the solar system being installed, I don't think it is in the public domain.
Okay. All right. Having said that, let's finally ask this question. What one step would you prioritize to address the unaddressed issues in Nigeria's solar markets? What is that thing you think has not been addressed? Which particular issue?
What I will address is this. Number one, we need more solar products in Nigeria. Okay. We need more solar products in Nigeria, because what we have is not enough. We have a lot of businesses folding up. We have a lot of people who could not, earn electricity at their various houses. So we need more solar, and we need to start encouraging local manufacturing. Also, we need to start training our youth. We have a lot of youth in Nigeria currently who are looking for white-collar job. Is there anything wrong if we start training them? If we start including renewable energy courses in our curriculum? Because it's a very booming business. It's a business, whereas a lot of people are not looking into that. There is a lot of employment opportunity in this renewable energy sector.
Wow.
Because we only have 10% certified solar installers.
Wow.
Compared to the thousands and millions of the population of Nigeria looking for jobs. There's nothing bad if we empower them with that skill.
True. I want to thank you.
One.
Yeah. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
And number two is this. All these products they are bringing, like I said, we should start encouraging local manufacturing. Remember that we don't have more plants manufacturing currently. We still at least depend on importation, right?
Yeah.
Let our standard organization start looking into all those batteries they are bringing in.
Okay.
I'm looking at something currently. A tick timer bomb is coming, because a typical Nigerian man is looking for a product that is cheap in the market.
Exactly.
And looking at something that is cheap, do we have a standard for it? I personally, talking to you, I purchased a battery, and this particular battery nearly burnt down my customer's house. And this particular product has a standard organization stamp or mark, I don't know what you call it, on it. Why? Because the BMS failed. Do they test this system before approving it for us to bring it into Nigeria to start using? So those are the other things we have to start looking at. All those products coming in. Remember, there are a lot of videos circulating that solar systems, a lot of people are even afraid of putting solar systems on their roof. I don't know if you are aware of that.
Yes, a lot of people are scared of that now. And I'm thinking that you guys have alternative ways of actually installing solar energy in people's homes now to avert that fire
Let me tell you
effect that people
something.
are
I
afraid
do
of.
tell people the positioning of the solar panel on the roof is not the problem, but the quack services being carried out by the sole parading themselves, the roadside mechanic parading themselves as solar installers is the reason. Number two, the product, what is the quality of the product used? You know, when you give a quality product to a quack, it's like you are setting an atomic bomb on your roof.
But then again, there are a lot of homeowners, landlords, and landladies that do not want their tenants to install the solar. I mean, to do solar installation in their homes. What would you say to such people?
What I would say to them is lack of orientation and lack of knowledge. You know, majority of people, they're based on what they see. And, you know, a lot of people, and there's something we say, experience is what is the best teacher. Maybe because of one neighbor house has catches fire, so they will not want to lose their property. But if we educate them that come, that where the, who told you that? Because I've seen a lot of people saying, don't put solar panel on your roof. Do look for a carport. Who told you that putting a solar panel on a carport will not allow it to catch fire also? What we need to look at is the product we are using.
Mr. Yunusa, you've made very valid points, and I want to thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning today to unveil this truth about the renewable sector. So many things that we do not know you have just spoken to us about this morning. Thank you for unveiling so much to us this morning, Yunusa Yakubu, renewable and solar expert. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. And that's it for Business Morning this morning. Thank you for staying with us as we tracked latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Mama. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story and join us again tomorrow for yet another edition of Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote. that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story here on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Momo. Nigeria's security landscape continues to evolve from insurgency in the northeast to banditry, oil theft, and rising cases of kidnapping across the country. Amid these challenges, President Bola Tinubu has appointed new service chiefs, a move many hope will mark a new era for Nigeria's defense and even internal security. But then again, what does this change truly mean for strategy, coordination, and results on the ground? And how can these new leaders win public trust and even deliver real impact? And now joining us this morning is Chidi Omeje, publisher of Security Digest and respected voice on national defense and security matters. Good morning, Mr. Omeje.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
It's so good to have you. Now, Nigeria has seen several changes in the military hierarchy over the years. Now, what makes this particular transition significant, and what should Nigerians expect differently this time?
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing, usual. Unusual with these new changes. I mean, it's even the right thing to do, because to start with, the SY, the ones who have not been changed, have all spent more, 2 years, in fact, 2 years and 4 months. And the ideal thing from the harmonized terms of service of the military is actually 2 years for service chiefs, because if you don't do that, you are going to disrupt the career progression of those behind you. So there's nothing for me. There's no. This shouldn't be any uproar. It should not cause any uproar. I think the only thing is because it came at a time when there were these, rumors of coup and all that, hanging in the air, and people begin to link, 1 plus 2 and all those, begin to make some conspiracy theories and conjectures and all that. Otherwise, it's just a usual thing, the normal thing. If the commander-in-chief, in his wisdom, thinks that he, at this point, needs fresh initiatives, new ideas, new perspectives to the entire defense architecture, and then decides to bring in new people, it shouldn't be any it shouldn't cause any uproar or any need for speculations and all that. We should not see it as one of those things that happens. That's the way I see it.
How crucial is interagency coordination among the service chiefs in improving intelligence sharing and even response time?
Look, if you remember, when this president came in, I think the first statement he made concerning security was that he wanted, in fact, he demanded seamless synergy between and among military, security, intelligence, and response agencies in the country. If you remember, that was when I think it was DSS and the EFCC that clashed or something. So he actually came out smoking and said, look, I won't tolerate, this sort of clashes. So all along, everybody knew that Mr. President actually wanted such collaboration. And indeed, it's the right way to go. You cannot fight these wars, these, issues we have now, these challenges we have now, in silos. The military must work as a tri-service institution, meaning that the ground troops and the air power must, collaborate, must work together so that they'll always help each other. Then, of course, they must have the need. They must have the partnership with, police and the intelligence assets. Talking about the DSS and all what. So, the entire security architecture, the entire defense and security sector, there's a need for collaboration, for more synergy. That's the only way you can get results. If you work in silo, no service can do it alone. Not army alone, not air force alone, of course, certainly not police. So there's need for this robust collaboration, robust synergy between and among these agencies. That's the way we can. And look, it's not just on the field. There has to be this synergy, this collaboration with the image makers, with the spokespersons of these agencies, these military and security agencies, so that none of the agencies, none of these, of the services will speak, across purposes. We would like to see where they collaborate. We want to see they share information, share intelligence, share everything, so that they produce the desired result. That's the best way we can achieve result. Yeah.
Now, security challenges have actually persisted despite past reforms. Okay, now, so how can the new service chiefs build public confidence that this time will be different?
Good question. I think, the good thing is that some of these guys who have just been appointed are in the thick of things. For instance, the current chief of defense staff now rose from chief of army staff. Then the current chief of army staff once served as the theater commander, Operation Hiding Car in Maiduguri. So it means that these guys are in the thick of things. They know exactly what the issues are. So they know that Nigerians, need and deserve some respite from the security challenges. They know that Nigerians deserve results. They know so that there's a need for them to come up with new caps, new initiatives, new perspectives that will produce result. Not just temporary result, but that will give us a sense that indeed there will be changes. But I tell you something, if we want to stop terrorism or banditry in Nigeria, it's not military that will do it. military does not possess the magic wand with which to wave at them and they to vanish. In fact, let me tell you who possesses the magic wand. It is the political class, those who are in leadership. So it is good governance that that is the magic wand. Good governance it is that will eliminate the issues that give rise to the security challenges. What the military do is just to deal with the symptoms. But if you want to deal with the disease itself, they have to deal with the governance paradigm so that resource allocation, issue of corruption, issue of appropriation of issues. There are so many issues that give rise to insecurity. So you got to deal with them at that level. But then the military who are on the field, who deal with the symptom.
You, sir. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll still be joined by our guests to still talk about, the new service chiefs that has been brought in by President Bola Tinubu. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to the big story. We've been talking to Mr. Chidi Omeje, and he's been giving us, highlights of why President Bola Tinubu was able to bring a new service chief. Thank you for staying with us, Mr. Chidi.
Thank you. I'm here.
All right. I was going to ask you about cyber threats and technology-driven crime, but before I do that, do you think that bringing in the new service chief at this time was born out of rumors making the rounds that alleged coup plots was happening and all of that one?
Like I said earlier on, I mean, you have to be fair to Nigerians. You know what they say that the witch cried last night and the child died in the morning. Nigerians were, taken aback when the coup rumors happened. But then the defense headquarters denied it flatly. The federal government never came up to, confirm or deny it. But, all of a sudden, there was this change. So Nigerians are actually very, very right if they decide to link the current development with the rumors. So, I don't know. I can't confirm it. Of course, that coup plotting is a very secretive business. So I don't have the information. You don't have the information. So and nobody gets more information than the commander in chief. So if he decides to change it, I mean, he's the one who can give us the true position if there's any link. For us as Nigerians, we can only but speculate on and make conjectures.
So true, Mr. Chidi. Okay, then, so with the rise of cyber threats and technology-driven crime, how well positioned is Nigeria's security apparatus to adapt to modern warfare and even digital intelligence?
Look, I tell you something. Our security agencies are actually very, very well positioned to do that. You needed to go to Nigerian Police Cybercrime Center, and then of course the Cyber Warfare Center, Nigerian Army, and other. They have the equipment, but I think that there always had to be need for more collaborations within these agencies, and then of course with the international community, because cyber crimes mostly, is beyond border. It goes beyond border, so that is where it's always important to have collaborations, not just within the country but outside. They must build robust, collaborations with international agencies to governments to be able to track down this, because cyber crimes are very potent, very dangerous thing. It has the potential, the capacity to deal with the financial system, the capacity to disrupt many things. So it's a very big threat, and I want to believe that we have all it takes to deal with it if we put our minds to it. Yeah.
So now there's often tension between military operations and civilian rights, especially in conflict zones. How can the new leadership strike the right balance on this?
Like I said, the new guys, in the saddle now, I didn't come from the TA. They have been in the system. They understand the importance of civil military relations. They know that they can't get the best of their operations if they don't have robust relationship with the communities where they deploy, or even the people, the civilian population. There's always need to develop and strengthen civil military relations, even with the media in our own constituency. Because the whole gamut of civil military relations is something that they get to explore. That's what there's an aspect of it that we call community relations. And community relations approach is where you deliberately and intentionally cultivate the minds of the community to, especially where the troops are deployed, to be part of the whole effort. They will give you information if you deal with them well. If you develop that relationship with them, they will give you and of course, more importantly, they will make sure they don't spy on you on the troop position or troop movement. So these are all the things that I'm sure that the current service chiefs, they know at the tip of their fingers, because they have been in the system. So civil relations is very, very important. In fact, it's at the core of military operations, because if you don't get it right, then you have you got to contend with the community, a hostile community, or a community that will sabotage your efforts. So it's very important that they develop that relationship.
So before I ask your advice for the new service chief, how much political will does the commander-in-chief need to actually give the service chiefs full operational autonomy?
You need all the political will you can muster. Without political will, nothing can happen. Look, there are times people, some of us who have been in this defense report, you get to hear people say, some troops will say, or rather in the media, that certain troops will be somewhere to carry out an operation, and they will be asked to withhold fire or to retreat. That's because there's no political will. If you have political will to stamp your feet on certain decisions, there are things that. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that the commander-in-chief need all the political will he can muster to give the guys the necessary latitude to deal with the situation. I think if I were to advise the president, I would say that, look, this is the time to finally put to rest this menace of banditry. Especially because banditry can easily be stopped, but terrorism that has to do with ideological, business of the mind, that's much more difficult to repel. But the banditry is something I know there's more of economic plunderers who you can deal with, more easier than dealing with ideological based. Yeah.
I want to thank you so much, Mr. Chidi Omeje, publisher of Security Digest, for sharing these insights. You've really, made us to see a lot of, hope in all of this. Thank you so much, and have a very good day ahead. And here's what where we draw the curtain and on a big story this morning. Thank you for staying with us. Up next is social listening. Stay with us.
are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Social Listening and Business Day Television, where we break down the trending stories and how people are reacting online. I'm Destiny Mama, joined by, as always, Mr. Onyeka. Valentine is always ready to give it to us in the social way as well. Very interesting stories on social listening this morning, and I just begin to wonder. I've not said what it is, but I'm already imagining your take on this. Because this has to do a little with polygamy. When Senator Ned Walker says he feels sorry, he actually feels sorry for men who have only one wife. Like, he believes that polygamy, gives men more balance in marriage. His words were, imagine standing on one leg and how uncomfortable it is. Walker is married to 6 wives and says he will gladly do the same again and again because it works for him and his home. He also debunked rumors of domestic violence in his home with Regina Daniel, saying he respects all his wives and loves his children. Before we see tweets, I don't know, what do you make of this?
So again, this kind of thing requires one to be clear, straightforward, and blunt. I agree with him. Yes, so I agree with him because, again, only on one condition.
Okay.
That you can provide for the wives and the children and your children and his, and the children that you give birth to by wives like that, as case may be, that you can provide for all of them. Now, where there might be a problem is if you cannot provide. Remember when we had this conversation, I said one of the reasons why you have men not living as long as women is because men have this mentality of provision, take charge, lead their home, be in charge of certain things, and of course create some form of security. So that alone is a lot of burden that comes in and causes stress. But anyway, we moved out from that angle. Why do I say I agree with him? Even though I don't agree to domestic violence, most definitely that is not my take. No one should lay a finger on anyone, whether the man on the woman or woman on the man. But when it comes to polygamy and it comes to having more than one wives, first and foremost, for a woman to agree to say, I want to join this family, knowing that the man already has 1 or 2 wives, which is open, not under the carpet, it's not hidden, which means that you are agreeing to conform. You are agreeing to be part of that family. So don't come and complain later.
Oh,
you know. So for me, why do I say I agree with him? Again, it comes with some conditions. Like I said, if you have the financial strength and power to take care of them equally and not love one over the other equally, why not? For those people who are, strong Christian believers, or those who are, Muslims, as the case may be, before now, the biblical age and the time of coming of Muhammad way back, they were explained to look, there was room for having more than one wives. Even the Old Testament is there.
Well, we're not saying that.
But I'm not a clergyman, though.
I know. We're not saying that having more than one wife is not biblical. Of course, we've seen it in the Bible days, how these men were able to do these things, and I will not even say that it's not in my family. My grandfather had like 5 of them, and the reason he gave my grandmother, who happens to be his first wife, was that he doesn't want to suffer her, whatever that means. Right. I don't know what that means, but whatever that means, it's still part of it. But then there are men that just enjoy this polygamy thing, but it doesn't stop them from still cheating.
So this is the part where I might agree with you. See, a cheat is a cheat, whether he or she has, multiple more than one wife, or more
Exactly.
than one husband,
Exactly.
or he or she
It
has
doesn't
one
stop
it
them
doesn't stop.
from still
A
cheating.
chief
Yeah.
is someone who already has that mentality that no matter what it is, he or she is not enough with this, right?
Yeah.
That idea of content.
But these days men don't do that thing of marrying a lot of wives. They just see it like an old school thing.
Because the economy
Yeah.
is becoming more stiffer. Let me tell you, to be very honest, look, even outside marriage,
Yeah.
when you look at your wardrobe and you have multiple clothes, look at your shoe racks, you have enough shoes. Look at your car garage, you have 4, 5, 6 fleet of cars.
There's a selected few that you still prefer.
Do you understand? So
Yeah.
to you, it is like, even if this one's going to go bad, you even if the vehicle is going to have a problem, you are less stressed about it because you have other ones to
Other
focus on
options,
until that other one
exactly.
gets fixed.
All right, let's see
You know,
tweets
so-
concerning this report on Ned Woko's polygamy and Regina Daniels. And Prince Uday says polygamy was never about love,
Most definitely.
but a show of a man's status. It has been so from time immemorial. And Dr. Ima Okore says, Oga, don't feel sorry for us. We actually feel sorry for you because you are oblivious of the peace we enjoy.
Before I go ahead, I want to disagree with this guy, and I'll say why.
Okay.
Very quickly, one liner.
All right.
Look, I've seen the guy's picture there. The guy doesn't look like a billionaire.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
But being a billionaire, does it show?
Well, it doesn't show.
No,
Maybe
there's
that's
no
not the criteria.
outlook. Yeah.
Exactly. But what I mean to say is that, right? Maybe that's not the right point to use. But I will say this. Look, it is better for you to marry the woman, bring her to your home, and make it very, very known than have girlfriends outside the person that you say you love and you're married to.
Okay.
So you get it now.
Yeah.
There are some people who would not.
But even if you have those girlfriends, I still say and maintain that this man will still cheat. I have an uncle that have
But
three
not all men-
wives.
But not all men are cheats.
That have 3 wives, and then there was a burial function in the village. He still, he brought all 3 wives, but was still with other women. So it's so, I don't know, it's so
But not all
it's so
men-
dicey.
But not
Yeah.
all men are cheats. Just the way not all
I
women
agree.
are cheats.
I agree, but a little less. Thank you very much.
But there's,
I
a
think we
business,
can see-
but there's a business and economic side to it. I will
Okay.
take it after this tweet.
All right, no problem. Let's see the tweets. Okay, I think from Hekens, he says, I laugh out loud that their stress level is half yours. Imagine remembering 6 birthdays, 6 anniversaries, and 6 sets of in-laws. That's not stability. That's a full-time HR department. I'm not even saying it from
So
this
I like
angle.
the fact that he mentioned department very
Yes.
quickly, right? Before we to next contributor. He said department, which means in every department you have people who handle stuff for you.
Yeah.
So that particular one doesn't hold water. In a department, you have
Not so much responsibility.
But you
We're
have
talking about different kinds of different in-laws, 6 different mother and father-in-laws.
when the money is
6 wow, that money
When
is
the
there.
money is there,
We
look, you
agree.
delegate.
Let's see what Alabaster one is tweeting, and he said a senator celebrating immorality and advising Nigerians to follow his footsteps.
On the contrary, I don't think it's immorality.
That's
Look,
from your own point of view.
Yeah, because look, this man is not hiding it. He came out to say, look, this is who I am. Would you want to be part of my family? You say yes. There's nothing immorality, immoral there.
Yeah, but
This
that's his own point of
is the
view.
point of
as
view.
well. Yeah.
Guess what again? You see, the Constitution doesn't say polygamy is a crime.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
But even the Bible doesn't condemn.
It doesn't say it's a crime.
Even the Bible,
So
which is number 1 book, does not actually condemn.
That's for Christians. You
For-
know,
for
because-
Christians,
because you have,
actually, yeah.
Muslims, they also
Yes,
watch.
yes.
So let's be honest. In fact, truth be told, until a particular move is rather becomes illegal and has jail term attached to it, as far as I'm concerned, is good to go. It's not a crime, right? He has not committed any crime by being a polygamist, and he's proud of it. More so, the complaint of the wives is not that he's not taking care of them or he's not providing for them.
But Regina Daniels has outrightly said that he had her beaten. So that's domestic violence.
So domestic violence is not the issue on the table, although I don't support domestic violence no matter what. What is on the table now is, can you take care of these wives If so, do you go ahead? And would you advise people out there? He has said, look, it works for him because he can take care of them. Does it work for you back home?
Anyway, I like the analogy of saying
You
that
know.
it's just like standing on one foot.
On foot, you're not balanced. You know, and then you see, again, what I'm about to say, some might take me out of
And
context.
some women do not have problem with with sharing their husbands,
Exactly.
and some women do.
Yes, and I'll tell you, what I'm about to say might sound a bit, but again, let's see it, take it with a pinch of salt. Now, when you know that you have options, right, and each person or each option is well taken care of,
Yeah.
do you think anyone want to misbehave?
That's
the point.
But
So
I
that's-
agree with you
so-
when
so-
you said there's a point you made that if the man is able financially, what's there? It doesn't matter the number of in-laws, doesn't matter the number of
yes.
extended family that the
Doesn't
wives
matter.
bring. He is capable. He is capable.
And guess what? In Africa here, it's only in Africa that we think we have this entitlement mentality. Now you're married to my daughter or my sister, is now your responsibility to take care of us. No, that's wrong.
That's true.
It's only in Africa here, someone just walk up to us and knock and say, I'm your relative, I came to stay with you. You don't do that abroad. I'm not saying we are foreigners, we're
But that's
Nigerians.
our culture. I think
That's
we've
our
come to
culture.
embrace it. We've come to, but then again, it's not everybody that accepts it. Moving on, a resident who survived the Katampe armed robbery attack that claimed the life of late journalist Santo Maduago has relocated back to the United Kingdom. He was said to be the first victim the robbers attacked and has been struggling emotionally since the tragedy. The victim, identified as Sani Yusuf, had been living in the same Katampe apartment block in Abuja where armed robbers attacked residents in September. Wow. Do you think the move has been made by this guy, I think for security reasons, he doesn't want Nigeria, like they say,
So very quickly,
allegedly, to happen to him?
very quickly, look, UK can also happen to you. America can happen to you. Any other place around the world, death does not discriminate.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he's more likely to be killed in the streets of UK as it stands right now because there's an issue going on where people just move around the street with knives and they stab you and they rob you. And guess what? In the UK, there's a law now that goes this way. If someone comes to your shop to rob you, right, do not engage or attack them. Can you imagine that?
You shouldn't attack them. You should let them rob you.
Yes. Take what they want to take this store and while they do
And
that,
if they decide to attack you,
Then you can
so
defend
you don't call the police.
then you can defend yourself, but you're not allowed to have this mob beating. They are trying to prevent mob attack.
Oh,
You know, in case the person is innocent and there's a mob attack and the person dies in the process. So
Look, you're robbing me, and then you're saying that in case the person is innocent.
go on Google, you will see where criminals walk into supermarkets, taking properties that belong to someone else off the shelves, robbing the supermarket, and people are just there watching, recording as proof. What am
I think
trying
we
to
should
say?
see tweets on this, so we come back to you and hear what you have to say regarding this. All right, Niger Arai said, motherland, oh, death, oh, are no fit for all this run. What happens when the laws in where you travel to change?
That's my
exactly
point.
what you were trying to
Exactly.
raise. And Holat says, trauma is not your mate. Talking about depression and all of that one. Ayotunde says, just have money in this country. Just have money in this country. And Nigeria said, that's where we all get it wrong. No matter where you run to, you will always be a Nigerian. And sooner than expected, one way or the other, Nigeria will still happen to you.
So this last one is important that we see it from an angle of objectivity. However, having said so, I don't believe that anywhere you go to around the world, Nigeria will happen to you. I believe that no matter where you go around the world, if you
wherever
have a bad
you are,
yes, if you have a bad character, you don't know how to comport yourself, and also
your attitude will work against.
Yes, if all that is an issue, it will show. However, we're already 1 point down, knowing that as Nigerians, most of the activity that happens within Nigeria and the international world sees it as not being good based on things like scam and other areas.
True.
However, that aside, there is no way on this earth that people don't die. Unfortunately, we had a robbery incident and a young lady who is in our kind of business media space died. So rest in peace.
It's so painful.
There's no excuse for having
painful.
someone being killed or someone take I mean, you will never know.
She's just starting life.
What happened? But again, the fact that she fell from the top floor and she died, you know, I can imagine what her family is going through at the moment. The trauma is not something that
it was too painful, and it's still too painful.
Yes, you can explain.
To, you know, imagine.
But for that young man that says he's relocating, look, let's be honest. He was already planning his relocation before now. Before that can happen.
No, but you know, it's not everybody that can actually take, you know, this kind of tragedy when it happens, especially when you are seeing that it happened just where you are. They shared the same location. They shared the same experience of having this armed robbery attack. You know, the kind of mind that you have to muscle, you know, this kind of event or situation is not the kind that every other person have. Now, if he feels that he's going to feel safer wherever he's going to find refuge, I feel it's okay.
No, I mean, so I haven't said that he should not relocate or travel. I've not said so.
Yeah.
But I'm saying to now say that because of what happened, you were leaving that locale.
Yeah.
You saw what the other.
Maybe he will heal faster. Yeah. A lot of people have different
environment.
Yeah, sometimes you heal faster.
Most definitely.
And I'm sure that, you know, somebody like him that has stayed this long will want to still come back and continue what he's doing. But maybe for just a little time, he wants to go heal up. Yeah. He wants to go, you know, rejuvenate. He wants to remove that thought, you know, from him, come back stronger and better to face the realities on ground.
Talking about stronger and better.
Yeah.
What this means is that, you see, first and foremost, it's a bad signal to the public saying, look, and of course the government, so saying, government, look, if we don't feel safe in the country,
yeah,
it will mean one thing and one thing only: more youths will leave this country.
True.
Which is equal to brain drain. The best of your minds are leaving the country, thinking they could probably get safer refuge somewhere else, thinking maybe there's a greener pasture where they can feel safer, and of course their rights as human beings will be taken seriously. Now this is the twist now. The thing is that we're rushing quickly to a different country, hoping that your rights will count.
Exactly.
Forgotten so soon that once you go there, they already have things that work for them, rules and regulations that works for
them.
And you as an immigrant or someone who is a visiting person from different
it's just a
nationality,
remnant.
you are 2 points down. Whatever it is, they will take care of the citizens first.
I always have this analogy that, you know, foreigners that are, you know, rushing into my country, what are they here for? Why should I be running away from mine? I would rather visit and come back.
So but we hope
my
it heals
country.
from the trauma. Trauma is a respecter of no man. I've had my own traumas in the past, right? When you lose someone, like I said, when you lose someone that you love, or you know someone that was dear to you and that passed on, especially in some certain circumstance that you least expected, you never experienced before.
True.
Of course you have trauma. I mean, you can be driving down your vehicle, right, and you get run down by a trailer. And don't tell me that Nigeria happens to you. No, you see videos of it happening around the world.
But these things happen everywhere. Everywhere it happens.
I think what we should look at now should be, do we have proper institutions that can deal with trauma in Nigeria? Because if we don't, we will see more young people leaving this country whenever there's an issue like this.
Yeah.
I think that trauma doesn't leave you. It moves with you no matter where you go to.
There are a lot of wellness centers. I think young people should take advantage of wellness centers, you know, to ease off, because there are a lot of things happening now that people cannot really take. But, you know, because change is not actually easy to accept. Hence, these things that, you know, happen here and there. Or else, I think that's all we can take on social listening today. We looked at Annette Walker's polygamy comments and the Katampe robbery victim who has now left the country after trauma. I'm Destiny Mama, joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
See you next time for more trending conversations on Business Day Television. Good morning.
BusinessDay hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPNG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
While we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay.
We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that Business Day is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the key business headlines driving today's agenda. Dangote Refinery gets full federal government support to boost output to 1.4 million barrels per day. Naira rises to all-time high since electronic foreign exchange matching system debut. Corporate treasurers appeal to CBN on invalidated $2.2 billion forward contracts. 1.5 trillion naira ghost hunts, new 28 billion naira metering bailout. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has declared its full support for Dangote Refinery's plan to boost production capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day, describing the project as a game changer for Nigeria, West Africa, and the entire continent. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Enikin Lukobiri made this known on Monday in Lagos while speaking at the opening of the 19th African Downstream Energy Week themed Energy Sustainability, Growth Beyond Boundaries and Competition. Lukobiri said the government would work closely with the Dangote Group to ensure the success of the refinery's expansion, which, when completed, will make it one of the largest refinery facilities in the world. The minister described the refinery's expansion plan as a major milestone for Africans' energy independence and a validation of the government policy direction. He noted that while some Nigerians initially misunderstood the policy, it has now led to a more stable and competitive petroleum product market. The minister reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to deepening investment in the oil and gas sector, saying on the global transitioning is gradually shifting to a more balanced perspective that recognizes the continued importance of hydrocarbons. Let's move on to the financial market, where the Naira continues to show renewed strength. The Naira on Monday appreciated to a record 1,452.7 Naira per dollar in the official foreign exchange market, marking the strongest level since the commencement of trading on the electronic foreign exchange matching system. This represents a gain of 14.34% or 208.3 Naira compared to 1,661.1 Naira recorded in December 2024 when the EFM's platform was first introduced. On a day-to-day basis, the Naira strengthened by 0.4% or 5.16 as the dollar quoted at 1,452.7 on Monday compared to 1,457.9 quoted on Friday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, according to data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria. In the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira closed at 1,485 Naira per dollar on Monday, the same rate it traded the previous week. Looking ahead, analysts at Coronation Marshall Bank expect the official rates to remain below 1,500 Naira per dollar threshold, supported by expectations of sustained FS liquidity and continuous inflows from key market segments. Turning now to the corporate sector, the Association of Corporate Treasurers of Nigeria, also known as ACTN, has appealed to the Central Bank of Nigeria to settle the outstanding portion of the invalidated $2.2 billion forward contracts. President of ACTN, Yinka Ogunubi, made the plea at a media briefing to announce the forthcoming 2025 Treasury 360 conference and exhibition scheduled for 6th and 7th November 2025 in Lagos with the theme Navigating Treasury Challenges in Nigeria, Leveraging Digital Finance and AI for Efficiency. Ogunubi noted that out of about $7.5 billion that was undelivered as at June 2023, about $2.2 billion was actually invalidated by CBN, adding that it was the system that the former CBN regime was using that led to the impasse. He explained that the transactions in question were legitimate and carried out when the exchange rate ranged between 440 and 460 Naira per dollar. However, with their current invalidation, companies are now required to secure foreign exchange at the prevailing rate of about 1,460 Naira per dollar, in addition to the covering of called interest costs. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission announced a $28 billion bailout for the electricity distribution companies. The move was meant with a mix of optimism and skepticism. The initiative, part of the Presidential Metering Initiative, is designed to provide free meters to customers in tariff bands A and B, aiming to narrow the nation's long-standing metering gap. Government officials described it as a renewed effort to address Nigerians' chronic issue of estimated billing, which affects millions of households. However, BusinessDay's findings reveal growing concerns among analysts who question the effectiveness of yet another intervention, given that nearly 1.5 trillion naira has already been interjected into similar programs over the years. Despite previous funding rounds, progress remains slow. Data from NERC show that as of June 30th, 2025, only 54.3% of active electricity customers, about 6.4 million out of 11.8 million, have been metered, leaving approximately 5.3 million still on estimated bills. The newly launched 28 billion meter acquisition fund, announced on October 15, will allocate funds from market revenues across the 12 distribution companies. Each company will receive support based on its customers' base and technical capacity, with the goal of ensuring that efficient meter distribution gets to all customers. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break now and return with more stories. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on to the financial sector. Assex Holding PLC has announced its half-year audited financial results for the period ended June 30th, 2025. The group's financial results for the half-year ended June 30th, 2025 reflects the resilience of our business model, the diversification of our revenue streams, and the steady progress of the execution of the 5-year strategic plan. Gross earnings increased by 13.8% year-on-year to 2.5 trillion naira in the first half of 2025 from 2.2 trillion naira in the first half of 2024, driven by strong growth in interest income, which increased by 38.9% year-on-year to 2.0 trillion naira from 1.5 billion naira in the first half of 2024. Complementing this performance was a growth in net fees and commission income, which increased by 16.1% year-on-year to 237.7 billion naira in the first half of 2025 from 204.7 billion naira in the first half of 2024. Key balance sheet indicators remain strong with total assets, customers' deposits, loans and advances, and shareholders' equity closing at 42.4 trillion naira, 22.9 trillion naira, 13.2 trillion naira, and 3.8 trillion naira respectively. And still on the financial sector, a federal high court sitting in Ikoyi, Lagos, has been asked to intervene in a suit filed by Lotus Bank Limited, seeking to recover 1.1 billion naira allegedly withdrawn by hundreds of its customers following a system failure that hit the bank electronic payment platform in July. The bank, in its motion on notice filed before Justice Daniel Osaigo, alleged that 718 customers fraudulently withdrew and transferred funds exceeding their account balances after it experienced system failure, codenamed a system glitch, which occurred on July 20th, 2024. The glitch, the bank explained, results from a rollback fees on its e-bills payment platform, which temporarily disabled automatic debit processes. The bank also admitted that during the system failure, 718 customers who made successful withdrawals and transfers from their account knew that they did not have the amount in their account with the bank. The suit, according to Lotus Bank, is pursuant to other 3 rules, 1, 6, and 9 of the Federal High Court Rules 2019, and under the court's inherent jurisdiction. And on a different note, the manufacturing industry is facing fresh concerns. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has declared that decreasing demand for manufactured products occasioned by a sharp drop in the purchasing power of consumers due to inflationary pressures led to 87.7% surge in unsold inventory to 2.14 trillion naira in 2024 from 1.14 trillion naira in 2023. Director General of MAN, Chegu Ajayi Kadiri, who disclosed this in the latest annual report of the association, noted that consumers now allocate more than 70% of their income to transportation and energy expenses. He also highlighted the lack of patronage of locally produced goods, especially by government agencies, as a contributing factor to high inventory levels. Ajayi Kadiri explains that over 70% of consumer income is now spent on transportation and energy, reducing demand for manufactured goods and causing inventories to pile up. He added that the low patronage of locally produced goods, particularly by government agencies, has further worsened the situation. Finally, in the telecom sector, thousands of Nigerians are sharing a common frustration, losing money to failed airtime and data purchases. The Nigerian Communication Commission has reported a surge in complaints for customers who were debited for transactions that never delivered value. Recent data presented at the 94th edition of the Telecom Consumer Parliament Lagos revealed that failed airtime and data recharges now rank among the top consumer grievances, second only to poor services quality. Frustrated subscribers are now flooding NCC compliant channels, seeking refunds and accountability from network operators. Speaking on the issue, Dr. Aisha Oluwatimu, Director of Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion at the Central Bank of Nigeria, emphasized that consumer protection is industry protection. She stressed that when transactions fail, customers must either receive value or be refunded immediately. And with this, that wraps up the Business Day Television Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for watching, and keep watching the Business Day Television for more stories driving African business landscape.
Lagos on October 11, 2025. Some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by Business Day Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank Business Day, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. Business Day, an award from Business Day is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from Business Day several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture of receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended Business Day Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us. Because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done on, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payment technology. So we feel very great, really, and we are excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data, had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand. But it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this. And we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So, Lotus Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So, what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, and I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
We are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct
professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers, and that has led to deals upon deals, and here we are today. This is one of the reward of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
In Lagos,
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Well, my article titled Nigeria at 65, From Political Freedom to Creative Economy. The article, focuses on not just the independence, which is an annual event, but seeing how independence affects the creative economy, the creative industry. As Nigeria marked their 65th independence anniversary last week on the 1st of October, the familiar symbols of celebration returned, except of course the cancellation of the parade that normally holds in Abuja. Interestingly, this was replaced with the commissioning of the refurbished National Theatre in Ikomu, which was sponsored by the Central Bank in collaboration with the Bankers Committee. Of course, the independence anniversary is a symbolic reminder of the moment in 1960 when the Union Jack was lowered and Nigeria's green-white grain was raised for the first time, signaling the end of colonial rule and beginning of self-governance. So my article looks at beyond the pageantry lies a sobering question. What does independence truly mean in 2025? Is it enough to celebrate the memory of political sovereignty won 6.5 decades ago? Or must we now broaden its meaning to encompass economic resilience, cultural identity, and creative innovation? This is what my article attempts to do as part of the Wise Thought contribution to the independence anniversary of Nigeria, the 65th independence anniversary. You know, we've had 65 years. I mean, we have made some progress in certain areas. There are still challenges in other areas. And my own area of specialization is in theater, culture, and the creative economy. And I try to look at how far have we gone in respect of these areas of our creative economy. I mean, we realized that political sovereignty was just the foundation of independence, but it is only a first layer. For me, the independence requires more than the absence of colonial rule. It demands accountability, governance, strong institutions, and the ability to define one's destiny on the global stage. In this sense, Nigeria's journey has been uneven, if you like. While political sovereignty has been preserved, the promise of independence to secure prosperity, justice, opportunity for citizens remains, in my view, only partially, fulfilled. This is where the creative economy becomes crucial, because over the past 2 decades, Nigeria's cultural industries, film, music, literature, fashion, the digital media have grown into global powerhouses. Nollywood is said to rank among one of the highest producing film issues in the world after Bollywood and Hollywood. Afrobeat is dominating the music scene in Nigeria. Nigerian musicians are getting global attention. Nigerian fashion is also making waves. These and artists are celebrated on prestigious platforms. So these achievements, for me, represent more than cultural pride. They are evidence that Nigeria possesses the capacity to lead with ideas, stories, and innovation, especially given our young population and the creative mind of the average Nigerian. So for me, the creative industry is not simply entertainment, it is an economic engine for Nigeria with its youthful entrepreneurial population. The sector is both an opportunity and a responsibility. Independence must now be understood not only as political sovereignty, but as the ability to harness talent and transform creativity into sustainable wealth. So that's my own motivation for getting involved in this article. Because I always believe that, a country has their own strengths, and some of those strengths are what we can give back in a way to the world. If we look at the issue of the Nobel Prize, in almost 40 years, or in the last 40 years, the only Nobel Prize that we have won for Nigeria is Wole Soyinka's Nobel in literature. So we have some comparative advantage there. We look at Achebe's Things Fall Apart, that has been translated into so many languages. We look at the poets Niyo Shundare, Tanure Ojaide. We look at the playwrights J.P. Clark, Wale Oguyemi, Gabriel Okara, and quite a number that we have, in my view, comparative advantage in this creative sector. Quite a number of people are also making waves in the scientific world, in agriculture and stuff like that. But our creative area is just really taking the world by storm. Afrobeat. Look at Ashake. The music just trends all over the world. So I believe that while we have made some progress in other areas, we do have some comparative advantage in the creative economy. And I'm also happy that the celebration of the independence anniversary today happened at the refurbished National Theatre, drawing attention. And a major aspect of what transpired that day was that the National Endowment for the Arts would be provided for. And this is something that has been on the table for quite some time. And I believe that the president, in fact, promised to be a contributor.
Roads that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the South region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. We're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, now people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As per is the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Nigerians are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited, I know, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country, and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So normal people that move, like Christmas will come, now people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As per is the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road to me they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. Sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that will not be cost, that will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day Television News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Dangote Cement profit rises to 743 billion naira as sales volume drops. Equities lost 94 billion naira as investors take profit on blue chips. Nigeria's trade $50 billion in crypto. Ignore capital market, says SEC. Plane with 12 on board crashes near Kenya's coast. 2026 World Cup. FIFA begins second phase of ticket sales. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Dangote Cement PLC after-tax profit rose sharply to 743.3 billion naira in the 9 months ended September 30th, 2025, from 279.1 billion naira in the same period of 2024, marking 166% increase despite a marginal decline in sales volumes. The strong earnings were reportedly driven by improved pricing, higher contributions from its Pan-African and Nigerian operations, and foreign exchange gains that offset cost pressures from energy and raw materials. Group revenue rose 23% to 3.15 trillion naira from 2.56 trillion naira a year earlier, reflecting strong pricing across key markets, even as total cement and clinkers sales volume slipped 2% to 20.2 million tons from 20.67 million tons in the same period of 2024. According to reports, the rise in revenue was driven by the fact that the group's average selling price rose by 25.8% to 155.8 naira per ton compared to 123.855 per ton in the same period last year. Despite the result, Pan-African operations contributed 1.06 trillion naira compared to 1.09 trillion naira last year, indicating resilient regional performance amid microeconomics headwinds. Moving on, the Nigerian equities market opened the week on a bearish note as investors embarked on profit-taking in some high-cap stocks, leading to a loss of 94 billion naira in market capitalization at the close of trading on Monday. Data from the Nigerian Exchange Limited showed that the market capitalization dipped to 98.7 trillion naira from 98.8 trillion naira recorded on Friday, representing a 0.1% decline as benchmark index fell by 148.9 points to close at 155.15%. Despite the overall decline, the market remains on a positive trajectory, reflecting a one-week gain of 3.71%, a four-week gain of 9.4%, and an impressive year-to-date return of 51.0%. Trading data, however, revealed that investors exchanged a total of 502.9 million shares valued at 24.9 billion naira in 39,945 deals, showing a 58% decline in volume and a 21% drop in turnover compared with the previous sections, but the numbers of deals rose by 33%. And still on, Nigeria's capital market regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, has raised concern over the growing preference of Nigerians for cryptocurrencies trading over investment in the traditional capital market. According to the Director General of SEC, Emomotimi Agama, more than $50 billion worth of cryptocurrencies transactions passed through Nigerians between July 2023 and June 2024, reflecting a high level of investors' sophistication and has not translated into participation in the formal market. Agama, who spoke while presenting a paper titled Evaluating the Nigerian Capital Market Master Plan 2015 to 2025 at the annual conference of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, says fewer than 4% of Nigerian adults currently invest in the capital market. The DG described the low participation rate as a major obstacle to economic growth and capital formation, noting that will less than 3 million Nigerians invest in the market, over 60 million engaged in daily gambling activities worth an estimated $5.5 million. In his words, Nigerian market capitalization to GDP ratio stands at about 30%, far below that of South Africa at 320%, Malaysia at 123%, and India at 92%. Also, passengers traveling in and out of Nigeria would pay more airfares following the introduction of an extra $11.5 charge per ticket from December 1st, 2025 by the Nigerian Civil Authority of Nigeria. According to report, the new levy is different from the $20 security levy introduced in 2010 by the Apex body and other charges collected by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. In a notice to airlines, the NCAA stated that the levy is aimed at creating a single window approach for all agencies at the airport, with the collection expected to last for 20 years. The NCAA added that the system would help to track passengers' movements, improve border control, and provide airlines with a cost recovery mechanism for the system's maintainers. Joining me for more discussion on the airfares to raise further on imposes of $11.5 charge per ticket by NCAA from December 1st is Ifoma Okeke Okeria, our aviation correspondent here on Business Day. Welcome, Ifoma Okeke Okeria.
Thank you very much for having me.
So regarding the topic, how will this fee affect the cost of domestic and international flights from December 1st this year?
Okay, like we heard from the news, it's actually not domestic airline flights. It's actually international flights. So it's going to affect international flight because it's an introduction on every ticket sold. So every ticket you buy from any of the airlines, this new fares, this new levy will be imposed on them. However, we've had other levies, but this new levy, what's it called? It's called the Advanced Passenger Information System. And as we've heard from the news, it's according to the NCA, it's for them to track passenger movements, impose border control, and provide a cost recovery for airlines. So it's more like a security levy. It's more like a security. It's not like they didn't collect security levy before. There was a security levy of $20 collected by the same NCA.
Yes.
So now it's been increased by 11.5, which now means that just for security, if you buy a ticket, you'll be paying about $31.5 for each of the tickets. So you will definitely know that would have a significant impact on the airfares that you're going to buy from December 1. So, and NCA has ordered that all airlines must include this fare because the airlines will definitely remit. So whether they include it or not, they will definitely remit this sum to the NCA, as charge. So it means that definitely the airlines will not want to run at a loss. They will have to impose those fines on passengers, whether they like it or not. And per ticket, you'll be having to pay more per ticket.
Yes,
that's what it means.
So let's look at your reactions right now. What has been the reactions from airline operators and passengers since this announcement has been made?
Okay, so the announcement is a new announcement. We expect that definitely there will be reaction. Already the airlines are already at edge because of this. Because, however, before now, IATA, which is the global body for airlines, had announced that Nigeria pays the highest taxes on tickets. Passengers pays the highest taxes in the whole of Africa, and of course in the world. Nigeria is one of the countries that pay the highest. So in saying that already, it means that it's expensive to buy tickets in Nigeria from Nigeria.
Right now.
So, and then imposing this, despite the global outcry about how expensive Nigerian tickets are, you are still imposing more, which means that it's going to skyrocket. Maybe we are going to, by the end of 2026, maybe the IATA will come out with a new report saying that Nigeria is now the most expensive in the world. So it's going to be expensive for people to travel. I mean, people are already crying. Traveling to the Europe, traveling to US, traveling to destinations that are mostly plied by Nigerians are very expensive. Most Nigerians cannot afford it. And then we also know that several Nigerians, because of that, they've had to move to alternate destinations in Africa, like Morocco, Kenya, destinations that are cheaper. But this new fare, this new levy is definitely to all international travel, which means it also affects African destinations as well. So we are in for a serious more hardship on the traveling public.
How is the NCAA, thank you so much, explaining this decision right now, and what will the money contributed for be used for? Because I think that's another major question. People want to know what the money will be used for. Yeah.
So according to the NCAA, they say it's for border control, for security, for tracking passenger movements. I don't know what would spur the NCAA to have, imposed this on passengers. So, but they said it's in partnership with the Nigerian Immigration Service. We know the Nigerian Immigration Service, they are in charge of the movement of passengers, ensuring that there is security and all that when you travel. So it's a security fee. I'm sure there must have been something, according to them, that would have made them introduce this. According to them, they want to streamline the movement of passengers. They want to monitor the influx of, especially people who are coming out into Nigeria, people who are going out of Nigeria, just to ensure that the borders are safe and secured, according to them. But people have come out to say that before now we have a $20 paid by passengers for security. So how come this $11.5? What is it actually
yes,
for?
People want to know what
people want
for.
to. Yes. So is it that we didn't have border control before? Is it that we didn't have you monitoring passengers moving from one airport to another before? So what exactly is this? Are you trying to put more hardship on Nigeria? That's what people are asking.
Yes.
What exactly is this for? Before now, we know that security at the airport has been, to an extent, I mean, okay, with the NDLEA at the airport, with the airport security and all that, we've been able to track down people who are drug smugglers and other things. So, and which I know that if efforts are being beefed enough, we'll still have more people who caught or more security checks. So they feel like we don't need the money. And this is coming at a time where we have Dirty December. They know that.
Yeah, that brings me to my next question.
Yes.
During December, we have people in diaspora, people coming to Nigeria for the Oblate season. In Lagos, Nigeria, and in Nigeria as a whole, there's a different feel when it comes to December. So why is this being imposed starting December 1st? And how is it going to affect those coming in to Nigeria for the December festive
but you know
period?
Our brothers and sisters, they will always come back. I mean, that December feel is always there.
It's always there.
And then these guys, the authority, I'm sure they know that this 11.5 whatever, it's just like a drop in the water for them. But if you look at the sum collected jointly in December alone, we have a passenger traffic of almost 4 million or 3 million. So if you sum $11.5 by 3 million or people who are going in or coming out of Nigeria, that's a lot of money that comes into the coffers of revenue collection just for aviation in Nigeria. Yet aviation doesn't really contribute very well to Nigeria GDP up till now. So what is really happening with the circulation of money going out of aviation and being input into aviation? So it's not about the money collected, it's about accountability for this money. How accountable are this money? Sometimes the infrastructure that you have at the airport is not commensurate with what the money is collected. So they want to, it's not about the money, it's about you being accountable for what.
Yes, let people see what the money is being used for.
The monies are being used for. Yes, so that's where the issue is.
Thank you so much, Ifoma Okeke Okorosha, for your time and for sharing such an inspiring insights.
Thank you.
I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
To end the local news, founder of Stanbic IBTC Bank and ANAP Foundation at Tedo Peterside has criticized the Independent National Electoral Commission under its former chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, describing it as a national disgrace. Peterside revealed this on Monday while reacting to the appointment of Joash Amupitan as the new INEC chairman by President Bola Tinubu. Amupitan officially took over the role on December 23rd after being confirmed by the Senate, replacing Yakubu, whose tenure as INEC's boss ended earlier in the month. The blunt criticism of the commission's past performance, accusing the commission of mishandling election results and manipulating data uploaded on the INEC results viewing portal. Let's go on a quick break now. Do stay with us. When we return, we'll bring you the foreign news and details.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is the news at noon right here on the BDTV station. Now, to end the news, Lionel Messi says he hopes to play for Argentina in next year's FIFA World Cup, but will first assess his physical condition before making a final decision. The 30 years old Inter Miami forward, who led Argentina to World Cup glory in Qatar in 2022, says he dreams of helping the Albiceleste defend their title in North America, where the United States, Mexico, and Canada will co-host the tournament. The 8th-time Ballon d'Or winner revealed it is something extraordinary to be able to be in a World Cup, which he would gladly love to be part of. Messi, who just turned 29 next June, added that he would evaluate his readiness during Inter Miami's pre-season next year before deciding. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day Television News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us and keep watching the Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
afternoon and welcome back. Yes, this is bdtv and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad. Now it gets better because local and global, hence identifying the pros and cons of several industries and its economic business value. All this coming your way. We do that right here every Tuesday on bdtv, and the show is called Industry Focus. To add to that, plus how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians across the globe, in relative to the rest of the world, you come to us when you need all this information, so that way you stay informed about the industry around your locale. So welcome again. It is Industry Focus. Right here, we have 3 segments coming your way. 1, quote of the day on the emerging idea of AI industry in Africa. We also have in the building someone who understands how AI and tech can add value to everything that you do. Speaking about finding the right partner, you want to find out who he is. You don't want to touch that dial. You get to know. And by the way, his name is Dare Olatoye. I'm giving you full details about him. We'll be talking about the AI industry, a new engine for business growth in Africa. And after that, we do have Deal or No Deal. We hear Nigerian government launches AI government campus to train civil servants in artificial intelligence. And after that, we do have retrospect coming your way, but if we do have time, we'll take it. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. Be right back. This is Industry Focus, BDTV. Welcome back. AI sounds very interesting, but wait until you hear our discourse and you might take notes to help you kickstart your own journey with AI. So let's jump straight up into our quote of the day so you don't miss anything. Our quote of the day, straight up, is clear. It says, the consequences of AI going wrong are severe, so we have to be proactive rather than reactive. I'll take it again in case you're missing it. It says, the consequences of AI going wrong are severe, so we have to be proactive rather than reactive. Not my words, but words of the billionaire Elon Musk. You can go check that out and see more about AI and how he's using AI to power all his ideas. Of course, like you know, it's no news that Elon Musk is the tip of the spear when it comes to technology, when it comes to hovering across the globe, seeing what's happening in outer space. Talking about SpaceX. Great industry it is. All right, so let's jump straight up into our second segment where we have our guest standing by, most definitely. I'll run this so you know that you don't make a mistake. Our guest today is someone who, in many ways, has come across the idea of business development and has succeeded in merging a lot of families, creating that, far away loved one and bring them together with ideas, right? And apps that are beyond our imagination. The number one man who made it possible that you can find your soulmate by simply clicking an app. And all that is part of technology. But how is that changing the world? How is AI even making more interesting so that you don't miss a thing? Mr. Dare Olatoye, right? Make no mistake, is a business development expert, a seasoned entrepreneur, and the CEO and co-founder of True Flutter. When you talk about finding a loved one, maybe AI can help you make that happen. But before we go any further, today we're going to unfold and unveil how AI is changing the world when it comes to industries in different places around the world and probably Africa, rather specifically Africa, where we are, reaching you from Nigeria. These and many more. Help me welcome my guest, Mr. Dare Olatoye. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope I was able to give a robust information about you.
Oh, yeah.
Such a way that our viewers will now say, okay, let them sit up and get ready for this.
Thank you. Yeah, you did.
Okay. Welcome to our studio, BDT. Your first time here.
Yes,
We always like allow our guests to feel a bit more, relaxed. It's not a fire session, rather it's the brainstorming session.
Definitely.
They say the AI industry might take over the world. Others have different opinions to that. So my question first and foremost is, what do you think about AI in Africa? Let me start with that.
Of course, AI in Africa, we're getting to a stage where I think compared to like Silicon Valley and Asia, we're like in an infant stage when it comes to AI compared to the other parts of the world. But in terms of AI, I see a lot of things it can do to the economy and also do to just maximizing income and increasing income in companies and also reducing operational costs in companies. So AI is pretty much very important in everything we do. And like I always tell my staff, there are a lot of things AI would not complain about and the human beings will complain about. So I feel that AI is here to stay, but we're in a certain AI race where every country is trying to outdo each other in terms of technology and in terms of building AI to better outperform each other.
Better to outperform each other. At some point, some people will say that there's a big fear, just the way Elon Musk said that AI might take away jobs. But another point again, he's also said that AI could improve jobs, that we should not be afraid. I don't know. It's something to worry about. But let's jump straight up into our major topics and questions that our guests, our viewers out there, sent to us.
Sure.
And I'm sure you'll converse with some. This one here says, and it's talk about business application, right? As an engine for growth, what is the most impactful way that AI industry is directly helping Nigerian businesses right now to increase their revenue or reduce their cost?
First of all, increase revenue. Second of all, operational cost, reduces operational cost. Right now, you have AI agents I can speak to. You can create AI agents in companies where you have like head of sales, head of marketing, head of development, and they're all AI agents, and you speak to all of them and you communicate with them. But the good thing about that is that you don't pay salaries for those kind of guys.
Which is it good for some young people who are looking for jobs?
There's also an upside to it. So first of all, you don't pay salaries. Second of all, they work 24 hours a day without complaints. So they don't take days off. So for instance, if you're a client, if you're a customer, you're trying to use any service, those guys, the AI agents will be able to reach out to you immediately. And the good thing about AI agents is that you speak to them and you don't even know you're speaking to AI agents. They just sound like human beings. So in terms of operational costs, it reduces operational costs. That would definitely increase the revenue of the company. And the company will make more revenue. And of course, in other aspects, it even adds to the GDP of the government because you pay more taxes, right, through that if you make more revenue. And the government also benefits from that too.
The government benefits from that. That for me gives more room for more people to now say they want to really look into this. Young businesses and people who ordinarily might just think their companies might not last another 10 years. But with AI emergence, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, it is.
Okay. We have our guest in the building, right? So don't get it twisted. He's someone who is seasoned when it comes to tech and ideas on how to make sure your business runs properly. We have more questions. This other one here again says, and it's under competitiveness now. It says competitive advantage for Nigerian businesses looking to gain edge like True Flutter. In case you guys don't know, he's also the CEO and founder of True Flutter. Let us know about True Flutter first before we go ahead.
So True Flutter is a dating app that I think I'm the first founder of a dating app in Nigeria.
Right.
And we started True Flutter a couple of years ago with the essence of connecting people looking for love and looking for relationships that would also transition to marriage. And ever since we started, we've had over 300 million matches, we've had over 150 weddings. Yes, over 300 million matches and over 150 weddings. Right now, we're ranked number 3 after Tinder and Bumble in Africa in terms of ratings on Sensor Tower. So we were extremely passionate about it. When we started, I just said, okay, we're a solution providers. Let's create a solution for a problem. And if you notice, in any place you go to, any church or anywhere, you see you see a lot of single people looking for genuine relationships, and that's why we decided to solve that problem of connecting people around the world.
Yeah. So where do we see AI, right, playing a major role and in return helping the GDP of the country, helping Nigeria to grow, Africa to see that. Of course, they say Nigeria is the big brother of Africa, and people say the giant of Africa.
Exactly.
But others might think otherwise. But can we see that AI can keep us in the map and keep us there, remain there, and people get to see us that way as somebody?
Exactly. Yeah. So you need to. So I think Nigerians need to be educated that AI systems that are built in the Western world, they're really there to solve their own problems. So for we as Africans and we as Nigerians, we should be able to build AI systems that cater to our own needs, our cultural nuances, and solving Nigerian problems and African problems, because they're different terrains, different business terrains. So they're different. So the applications of the kind of AI systems they would use in Nigeria or use in Africa will be way different. So what would make us stand out is be able to address the issues we have in Nigeria and use AI to solve those problems. And the thing about AI is that AI would amplify your productivity. AI will amplify your productivity, amplify your income, amplify your revenue, and it makes life definitely much better.
Makes life much better. Is it possible that as it makes life more better, that people don't lose their jobs? Because I'm thinking, so we'll be afraid of it.
So
sorry to cut you. You are an employer of labor,
sure.
All right, and you have a lot of staffs under you. If today, this is a big question.
It is a big question, yeah.
AI answers 50% of the problem, would you still be obliged to say, I still want to employ one or two people, get food on their table as they bring service?
Definitely, yes. That's a wonderful question. And I see that some of the people that work with me have been feeling a bit jittery because of what we're building now in terms of the AI systems we're building. But I always told them something. Try and expose yourself to the information, to equip yourself. Because we're in a certain age, AI age, and you can learn these things in a matter of weeks, how to build AI agents in a matter of weeks. So try and equip yourself with that knowledge so you won't be redundant. Equip yourself so you can add value to the company. And I understand the fact that people will lose jobs, but a lot of people can generate a lot of revenue from learning how to build these agents to help them even be more productive in the company. So yes, so I know a lot of people will be scared, but this is also a point in time where people are making a ton of money just by creating these AI agents. We've gone into a certain point where if you're knowledgeable about AI, you'll be able to create solutions that would bring a lot of revenue. So for us in the company, yes, we're not laying off staff, but we just try as much as possible to equip them to be able to know how to use these AI agents to best serve the company and make sure we're more profitable and more bigger than where we are now.
Okay, bigger than where you are right now. We want to see people get bigger and bigger, and then create more employment base for people.
Yes.
We have young graduates chunking out of universities, and they're looking for the right opportunities. Some of them come to Lagos without even knowing where they want to go to. But when they see opportunities, and they go with them, they hope that it will create a springboard for them. Hopefully, AI doesn't take away this things.
No, it won't.
It won't. All right. The words of Mr. Dari, someone who understands what it's like to put one-on-one together to create something far better than two. You understand what I mean? All right, we'll go to that very soon. But let's have a quick break. When we come back, we do have one more question to throw at him. And also, we have deal or no deal. And after that, we have retrospect. Don't touch it. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It is still BusinessDay TV, bdtv. We are Onyeka Valentine, and this is Industry Focus. We've been talking about the benefits of AI, pros and cons, and how it's adding a lot of value to Africa, and of course, how it can grow the GDP of Nigeria. We might not have gotten there yet, but like they say, Rome was built in a day. My guest still in the building, Mr. Dari. We're talking about how AI can obviously help young people still keep their jobs if they work hard enough and become, far more active rather than being redundant.
Exactly.
Can this spill out to other areas regarding, like for instance, right now, we know that the government is working on a particular plan to make sure that civil servants are updated with AI. Now, this segment's called Deal or No Deal. Now, they say that, and again, this is from Dr. Bosso, his, the Minister for Information Tech and all that stuff. And they're saying that they want to build something in such a way that they can teach, civil servants on how to be far more updated and know how to use AI. Is this a deal or no deal?
Of course, it is a deal. And I heard this. I heard this for
that's picture of him there discussing with Bill Gates.
Oh, really? It is a deal, and I just heard this for the first time today. And this is the same thing that the Dubai government is doing. So for all the government workers in Dubai, it's compulsory for you to take AI courses for free. Okay. The government will pay the fees for you to learn AI courses. So that's, and that's, I think maybe that's where he got it from. I don't know. But it's compulsory in Dubai for you to learn AI courses, to be able to equip yourself, and the government pays for that. So definitely it's a deal, because we've gotten to this age where AI is growing at a phenomenal exponential rate, and we just need to be on top of things when it comes to AI. And of course, we can't do it the old way. We can't do the old ways where we used to. I mean, you can't be as productive as now. Right. So if you want to be productive now, you need to be able to implement that as a government worker. So yes, it's a deal for me. It's a deal for me.
So it's a deal. I have to shake your hand at this point. It's important. Whenever I have my guests, I tell them it's a deal. I shake your hand. But I've had guests who have said it's not a deal, and I wonder what do I do? What do I do when they say it's not a deal? But you said it's a deal. We have an audio to play, right? We have a video, not even an audio. We have a video, and it is some event that took place in South Africa, right? This, we're talking about how AI can change a lot of things. I know we have it, but we'll have to play very soon. Now, the question is, with this particular video, if we have our own Nigerian tech ideas, right? Can we have more conference talk about it? If so, where do you see us going from there? Can those conferences help people to see clearly? Because we have one in South African guys. Let's take a look at it first and foremost. We'll come back to this.
We are here this morning to unveil the Premier Africa Artificial Intelligence Summit.
The moment you go out of your house, there is always an artificial intelligence problem that is waiting to be solved. Together we can forge a way in which we can be able to utilize artificial intelligence, not only to solve our daily challenges, but to impact societies.
We are there.
Right, so that was a clip from an event that took place in Africa, right? We probably have gotten the full detail, but what happened there was they were talking about how they will use AI to be less dependent on the rest of the world. Now I didn't see any Nigerian there. And I'm thinking, aren't we supposed to be inclusive in these things? As someone who is very, very, knowledgeable when it comes to employing people and, of course, building businesses, do you see it as a minus? Shouldn't we have been there?
But we should be there. We should have been there. Anything that would like I always say, my own ethos is anything that will give me more knowledge, make me more knowledgeable in terms of the field I'm in. I always want to be at a certain spot or a certain conference or a certain place. So yes, Nigeria should have been there. There's an upside to learning from other people and also sharing ideas with other countries in terms of what they do and also what we do, and see how we can also implement the things that they know. We don't know it all, right? And there are other people in other parts of Africa that they're quite good at what they do. So we should have been there where we'll come to a round table, discuss the things that would also make us more developed when it comes to AI. But like I said in the beginning, we're still far behind Silicon Valley and Asia, and we have a long way to go. But the best way to be able to grow at an exponential rate is being able to work together and be able to collaborate together with other countries.
collaborate together and work with other countries. I will say you said it all, but I know that we cannot exhaust everything because we still have to come back, to have you come talk about other areas and see how we can pick your brain in these areas. Because, hey, truth be told, like they say, industries can never be enough if you want to grow the GDP and the size of a country when it comes to the economy and everything. But before you go, we have a final one here. And this one, quite important. It is about the true vision. And it says the future vision. And it says, looking forward, what does a mature, successful AI industry in Africa should look like in, say, 5 years? And then what role specifically do you think that True Flutter can play when it comes to this? Because AI is going to be massive. And we know that with all this thing coming up, at some point, conferences will come, right? Seminars will come. Right? Are we looking at something that you're going to have to throw in those seminars if it's not happening already? Right? And what are the packages? What are the ideas that we should expect?
From us?
Yes, from line of AI and coming from you.
Also, coming from True Flutter, we're launching something next month. It's the state of the art. It's never been done anywhere in the world. It's called Conventional AI Prime. It's called True Flutter Prime, where you'll be speaking with an AI agent, and the AI agent will be looking for a match for you. So you don't have to do the heavy lifting.
How would that work?
You speak with the agent, tell the agent what you want, who you're looking for, the kind of person, the kind of height of the person you're looking for. And the AI agent just gets back to you and sends you matches based on your recommendations. Now you don't have to take 1 or 2 minutes to fill your profile in a dating app. You just speak to our agent, and the agent does that for you, finds matches based on you. And if you don't even like the matches that the agent sends, you speak to the agent again. So I think you need to do some tweaks here and there in terms of what your search. Maybe you should expand your search, and the AI says, okay, I'll get back to you. And that's what you do. So this is not done anywhere in the world, and this is what we're launching next month. And the reason why is that when we built True Flutter, we wanted to be at the forefront of dating in Africa. But right now, we're taking it a step further to be forefront of dating in the world, where we'll build something that is phenomenal and something that other guys haven't built. So we're launching that next month. And I feel that's going to put us on the map in terms of AI conventional, like dating when it comes to AI, because we'll be the first in the world to do that. We're also Nigerians and we're also Africans, and the spotlight will be shown on us as founders in Africa. So it's something phenomenal, something I'm looking forward to, and I feel we're going to add a lot to the industry in terms of what we do. And of course, since we're already, and we built it ourselves, no external developers, we built it ourselves, myself and my co-founder, we built it ourselves. So it's not like we paid anybody outside to build it for us. So it's something that we learned. And that's why I said that you can learn this thing in months and be good at it. It's something we learned this year. We learned how to build this year, and we built something really phenomenal.
Something really phenomenal. There's a song that goes that way, like something similar phenomenal. I can't remember what it is now. Because you're a hip hop head also. Yeah. All right, we can go on and on and on, but of course, like they say, time is of the essence. We have something else coming up. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Jare, for coming through. You've opened our eyes to AI and how AI can help us become far more better. And of course, what to expect in the future for those people who just joined us right now. And there's a part where you said deal or no deal. That is a deal for federal government to now say it is time to train our civil servants to become AI inclined. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. All right, you guys have heard him all. When it comes to everything that has to do with industry, we answer those questions. But if you want to catch more business, stay with us. BDTV. Onyeka Valentine's my name. It's wonderful having you guys watch us. Don't go anywhere. This is wonderful with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
watching Business Day Television.
Everyone wants fast results, but when it comes to weight gain, fast isn't always safe because not every pill that promises more gives better. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. Some research say that about 20.3% of adults take at least one prescription medication associated with weight gain. Speaking on the hidden risk behind these weight gain pills with me is pharmacist Eberechi Ruth Obasi. She's a licensed pharmacy and a health coach who is passionate about public health awareness and empowers people to take charge of their health while breaking down complex health issues. Welcome, pharmacist AB. Pharmacist AB. Can you hear me, pharmacist AB? All right, let's take a very quick break, and when we're back, we're going to dive into the discussion with pharmacist AB. And we're back. This is still Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. So we are with pharmacist AB, and we are going to dive quickly into this topic. Pharmacist AB, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, I can. It's so nice to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am so honored to be here. Good afternoon, Amanda.
Good afternoon,
everyone listening right now.
Okay.
So let's dive into the topic.
Yes, let's quickly go in for our eager viewers. Now, from a pharmaceutical standpoint, what are the active ingredients commonly found in weight gain pills and gummies, and how do they biologically stimulate weight gain in the body?
That's a very important question. Let's start from the definition of weight gain. What is weight gain? And let's see the motive behind the people who go for weight gain medications and supplements. You know, I work in the community pharmacy most of the time, and one way to actually help people is to know the motive behind the choices they make. So let's talk about weight gain and why people want to gain weight. So weight gain is basically adding weight. Yes, it's just a very simple definition. So adding weight gain. Some people think they are too slim. Some people think they need to be as big or as curvy as their friends or families. Some people have low self-esteem, let's say that. And so those are the things, or one of the things that drive weight gain supplements. All right, so there are so many weight gain supplements in the market. And the truth is, weight gain supplements were, or let me say, weight gain drugs were originally designed for specific kinds of people, right? Might not necessarily be healthy people, okay? So let's say people with chronic diseases like cancer, they're always throwing up, they have nausea, and they're losing weight. So you need to give them something to help them gain weight, because we need them to actually maintain a healthy weight to survive. Then let's say people who are depressed, and depression leads them to staying away from everyone, and then they don't want to eat anymore and they lose weight. We need them to gain weight. So that's where we have weight gain medications for them. Then other cases, people suffering from chronic malnutrition, they also need weight gain medications. So weight gain medications actually serve a purpose. So right now, weight gain medications are important, right? But most people who go for weight gain medications, or most people who publicize the supplements, the gummies on TikTok and other social media platforms, they do it for competition. They want people to compete with each other, especially in this era of BBL, cosmetic surgeries. People want to look a certain way. So it drives people to seek for more. All right. So now, weight gain is not bad. Weight gain is actually beneficial. For example, for a woman, you actually need to be in a specific weight scale for you to have your hormones working optimally, right? So weight gain is very important. Now, what are the ingredients in in weight gain medications, okay? And how do they actually cause or result into weight gain? Let's see. Let's do the herbal ingredients, the non-herbal ingredients, and of course, food sources, because nature just has a way of giving us all that we need, okay? So if you really want to put on weight the natural way, using food, it is very possible. There are certain foods that can help you gain healthy weight naturally. So let me talk about some herbs that actually contribute to weight gain. You have ashwagandha, you have licorice, you have ginseng, you have so many others. They contribute to weight gain. Then let's talk about the non-herbals. That's where you get cyproheptadine, L-lysine, B-complex, and so many others, right? One major thing that these weight gain medications do is to stimulate appetite. Okay, so the reason why we have different types of weight gain medications is because they act through different pathways, right? Some of them stimulate appetite. That's where the cyproheptadine comes in. That's where others come, L-lysine come in, B-complex come in. So they stimulate appetite. So stimulating appetite means it makes you so hungry that you have to eat more than you usually eat. Because if you notice, some very lean people are lean because they don't actually eat, or they don't eat enough, or they burn more than they eat. Because if you think about weight gain, think about calories. The reason why you retain weight is because you are not burning what you are consuming. So you eat this amount, but what you are burning is less than what you have eaten. So the extra is what is stored in your body as weight. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I believe that you should. But if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. So moving on, if you eat more than you burn, you have weight, you gain weight. So some weight gain medications just helps you to eat more. So if you eat more, you don't burn everything, right? So the rest, the parts that you don't burn, is what is stored as the extra weight. That's one way. Another way is by hormone modulation. Let me call it hormone modulation. So hormone modulation means there are certain hormones, for instance, the stress hormone, even insulin. So the stress hormone, that's cortisol, when that hormone is raised, you lose weight fast. That's why you hear some people say things like, I've just been eating and sleeping and I'm adding weight. Yes. Yeah, eating and sleeping means you are eating more and you're also resting. So there's less stress, right? So if you have less stress, you will definitely add weight. So some of these weight gain medications work to help you reduce stress. So it's reduce this cortisol, which is your stress hormone. So if that hormone is reduced, you are more relaxed, you can now add weight. So other ways that weight gain medication work is by helping you with protein synthesis, right? Another way is by slowing down metabolism. I don't know if you have heard of this category of people called fast metabolites. It just means that when they eat something, their body burns it fast, their body digests it fast, their metabolism is really fast. So certain weight gain medications will work to slow down that metabolism. So if you're not always burning everything fast, right, you have some to be stored in your body as weight. However, please permit me to say this. I know that some people want to gain weight, right? And some people are actually like very desperate to gain weight, but we have to be careful because these weight gain supplements also have side effects. And like I mentioned earlier, the weight gain medications or supplements were actually designed for people who actually need them. So if you are healthy already and you are going for weight gain supplement and you're taking it for long term and you're not eating right, chances are you're going to be adding the unhealthy kind of weight. And when you are adding the unhealthy kind of weight, you're definitely going to experience some very bad side effects.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Pharmacist Avi.
Yeah.
So from what I could get, from what we can get from this is that, yes, they are weight gain medications, but you can't just take it because we want to change our body to a certain type. From your explanation, there has to be an underlying sickness.
Exactly.
Okay.
However, aside from the underlying sickness, some people are just malnourished. Some people don't have a healthy eating habit. Some people don't have, I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about, especially when you live in a very busy city like Lagos. Some people don't even have time to eat. And when some people eat, they eat junks. They don't take in what they are supposed to take in. Their nutrients, like their habits, their food habit is terrible. Okay, and the thing is, when you are malnourished, when you're not eating right, your energy level is not there. Okay, you find a lean person who is always tired, who cannot do like you can't do basic things, yeah, without getting tired easily. At that point, you know that you need to eat more. Okay, and in trying to eat more, sometimes you don't even have the appetite, right? In that case, the weight gain supplements come in. In other words, weight gain supplement is good for people with chronic diseases prescribed by the doctor.
Yes,
and can also be used by people with chronic malnutrition. Your eating habit is bad. Your eating habit is so bad, and you need to work on it. Yeah.
Okay.
So you also use the weight gain supplement to support a better lifestyle.
Yes.
But at this point, if you know that your issue is malnutrition and you need weight gain supplement to support, that means you are ready to change your lifestyle and you're ready to start eating healthy.
Okay, so now
okay.
Yes, so now you have made a lot of emphasis, giving us so much details on these weight gain pills now. With consumption, what issues can arise when we take these supplements, these gummies, these vitamins without professional guidance or proper prescription?
Thank you so much for that question. In recent times, I think there's this thing they call mau. I think it's a street slang. It's a street slang that most people use to buy weight gain supplements from the roadside. And these supplements that they buy contain steroids. Most of the things, like the major ingredients in this supplement that they buy, is steroids. And taking steroids, is not healthy for long term when you are healthy. Okay, so now let me talk about these steroids that people are consuming. So one of the things with steroids, taking steroids as a weight gain supplement, is you add weight like this. You add weight on time, very fast. It's like a wonder drug, right? It works very fast to help with weight gain. However, the side effects can be crazy. So the thing with steroids is, okay, before I talk about the side effects from using steroids as a weight gain pill, let me tell you about unhealthy weight. So there are two types of weight gain, the healthy one and the unhealthy one. So the healthy kind of weight gain is the weight gain that you gain from consuming healthy foods, healthy diet, healthy oil, the oils to be specific, healthy oils. And that kind of weight helps you, like the weight is added in right sides, but make sure that you're also exercising as well so that you have the muscles to carry the fats. So the good thing about that one is that if you add weight, the healthy kind of weight, your life will be better. You have more energy, your mood is more stable, right? Your hormones are better, your hormones are more balanced, right? So that's the good side. Now, the bad weight. The bad weight is from consuming junks, consuming unhealthy food. You're not working out, you're not doing strength training exercises, you're just eating junks, eating anything you see, eating unhealthy food, right? So the unhealthy kind of weight, that's where you see fat in your belly. You know that abdominal fat. I think they call it pupa now. The abdominal fat in your lower abdomen. Yes, that's the unhealthy kind of weight. And that kind of weight can lead to chronic illnesses such as diabetes, insulin resistance, infertility, high blood pressure. They are so much, right? High cholesterol, name it. There are a lot. So going back to steroids that are in the roadside weight gain supplements, that steroid is actually going to give you the unhealthy kind of weight. And that is not all. After giving you the unhealthy kind of weight, the bad thing is that you can become dependent on those medications. Because if you gain weight unhealthily, you can lose it easily. And when you lose it, although this is not for everyone, for fast metabolizers, when you start losing those weight, just feel, I need to take this drug again, I need to take this drug again, I need to take this drug again. Then you start taking it. Before you know it, you're using it for long term already. And if you keep using it for long term, all of these chronic diseases that I mentioned might become your story eventually. So we have to be careful. We have to be we have to be careful. But I understand the pain of some people. In fact, let me share this short story. It's a personal story, an experience. Something that happened to me. Please let me know if you can still hear me.
You? Yes, I'm with you.
All right. So this is a personal story, right? When I was in school, I actually struggled with weight gain. I know you can't see me fully right now, but I was smaller than I am. I was smaller than this a few years ago. And in school, I was weighing between 50, 49. I wasn't eating. Or better still, it's not like there was no appetite. There was appetite. It's just that school was so hectic. Pharmacy school was so hectic. You go for lectures, you go for labs, you study, you write in courses, you write exams. The stress was so much that I wasn't actually eating healthy. I was relying on drugs. I was relying on fast foods, right? So my weight was terrible. However, I decided one day to see the doctor. So I went to Loot, booked an appointment, saw the doctor, and my only complaint was that I wanted to add weight. That was all I came for. I was healthy. I just wanted to add weight, right? So the doctor asked me to do some tests and things like that. Then I came back to her. She went through everything. I was fine. You know what she said to me? She just told me to calm down. She told me to relax. I am fit. I mean, as at then, I was fit. That was enough. Being fit is enough. But I was still worried, your friends here, they look better. I wanted to look better. I wanted to look bigger. At least just add some fat in the right places. You know what I mean, right? It was a concern. Like it was a really big concern for me. However, after that consultation, I actually went ahead to study, do some research, learn some things.
Information still with us?
And then I realized, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I
yes.
can.
So sorry for the.
Okay, pharmacist AB. So you have talked about, we digressed a bit, to
Corruption.
healthy and on. Can you hear me, pharmacist AB? So we digressed a bit
Yes,
to
yes, yes, I can
healthy
hear
and
you.
unhealthy weight gain. And you talked about FUPA, that will I say pouch? Let's just say pot belly. So you said unhealthy weight, it leads to FUPA. But is there really a way that you can gain weight healthily and then is not going to reflect in your stomach? And if so, what is the healthiest way to gain weight?
All right, thank you for that question. So, there is a way to gain weight healthily without actually gaining so much abdominal fat, right? And the best combination is this: eat healthy, do strength training exercise, especially for your lower body, and rest. So, it's a combination of that: food, exercise, rest. Also, patience. For you to gain healthy weight, it's not magical, it's not automatic, it's not so fast. So you have to be patient enough to maintain a healthy diet, go through a strength training exercise routine for your lower body, and start a stress-free lifestyle, a lifestyle of rest, good rest. With time, you'll be able to add the healthy weight. And the good thing about getting healthy weight is you won't lose it fast. That's it.
Okay, so pharmacist AB, you said something. So it's a trend, everybody goes to the gym now. But you said something, you made mention of working out, and then you said emphasis on your lower body. Can you explain why there's an emphasis on your lower body in gaining weight?
Okay. There is really no emphasis on your lower body. However, the reason why most people want to gain weight is for bigger hips, bigger buttocks. I'm sorry, permit me to say this. This is a generation of BBL, right? So most people actually want to add weight in their lower body, right? So there's really you can actually train or exercise to get toned overall, upper body and lower body, right? But lower body is for the people whose concern is really with their lower body, especially women. Yes.
There's I don't know, but growing the side where I grew up in, there's a trend. Everybody loves chubby children. So women go as far as giving their children syrups that would, enable them to gain weight. And then we see it even sometimes on TikTok, you see people selling some weight gain foods. But what's really your take on it, and how does it affect these children in the long run?
If you remember the chronic diseases I mentioned earlier, these diseases, they don't just jump on you. They don't just show up from nowhere. No, they have a history, right? And one of the histories is the things you were taking, right, when you were younger. Your lifestyle, basically. Of course, we have the genetics, right, hereditary, things like that. But they're mostly from lifestyle. So parents giving their children weight gain medication is not advisable. But I support parents giving their children daily multivitamins. So there are some children who don't even like to eat, right? They struggle with food. They have a poor diet. And if you don't eat right, you won't be able to take in the nutrients that your body needs. So in that case, I support parents giving their children daily multivitamins. Daily multivitamins, the ones that are registered, right? Give your children. These ones will actually help your children replenish some of the nutrients that they should get every day that they're not getting from food, and also support their appetite in a way. Because I mentioned earlier that if you take B complex, right, you would actually get some appetite stimulation, right? And that way you can gain more weight. So yes, parents give their children multivitamins, but parents should not give their children weight gain supplements without consulting your doctor or speaking to your pharmacist. Please, all those prescription weight gain supplements or the ones advertised on TikTok or everywhere, please always ask your pharmacist and always ask your doctor before giving it to your child, because childhood obesity is now a thing. We don't want, I mean, your child shouldn't be so chubby right now. It's not. It's going to cause hormonal disruptions. It's going to cause chronic diseases later in the child's life. It's just going to disrupt the child's hormone. Please, I don't think it's a good thing to do for a child. Yeah.
Emphasizing on giving us so much in-depth details on that question. Last question, because we're out of time. But in one word, if this trend of us continually taking weight gain pills from a pharmaceutical point of view, what are the long-term public health concerns?
All right. The main issue is people using these supplements without first consulting a healthcare practitioner. So the thing is, if you are interested or you have a concern, you really want to add weight, share your concerns with a healthcare practitioner. So before you even go to your friend for an advice, or before you even follow TikTok trends, please, this is about you. This is about your health. This is about long-term risks. So please, the first thing to do is to consult your doctor, your pharmacist, a healthcare practitioner, a sound healthcare practitioner. Consult them and they will guide you on the way to go. So the thing is, public health concerns for weight gain supplements include hormonal disruption. Hormonal disruption leads to infertility, leads to diabetes, insulin resistance, metabolic syndromes, so many issues, right? And so many research, if you look at developed countries, they're really into research for all of these chronic diseases. And one thing they're trying to do is to reduce the burden, right? So please, let's not add to the burden by doing the things we're not supposed to be doing now. That's why we have certified or very qualified healthcare practitioners. As long as you meet them and ask them, just speak to them, share your concerns with them, and let them guide you, let them advise you, right? Just do the right thing. Doing the right thing helps you and also helps the community, the population at large. All right. So let's try to be selfless. For everyone listening to me right now who is struggling with weight gain, who really wants to gain weight, yes, there are ways to gain weight healthily, right? Please speak to your doctor or your pharmacist or a sound healthcare practitioner, get some advice and follow through with the advice, please.
Thank you so much, pharmacist Eberechi Ruth Obasi,
Thank you,
for
Amanda.
such a
Thank you,
brilliant
Amanda.
and insightful conversation. Now,
thank you, Amanda.
Remember that when weight gain becomes a race, pills become shortcuts, and you know that shortcuts often lead to regret. I am Amanda Amos Igwe saying, let's try gaining weight from a different approach. Stay safe, take care, and if there are questions concerning today's episode, send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello everyone and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra, the show that brings you everything business of entertainment. And today on our show we have a special guest. My guests are always special, obviously, but then again we have someone so special here. He has been working in the fashion space for over 2 years now, and he has worked with a lot of celebrities. You know, it's juicy. Today on the show, I have Benny Styles. Benny Styles, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh man, it's glad to have you here as well. Oh, it's like we hardly have like someone from the fashion space up on in business, and you know the business of fashion is something that a lot of people do not understand. And having you here actually, you know, makes you something for our audience to take in, and you know. You coming from the style that you just representing your brand and all that, which is very good, and which is why I see why a lot of celebrities gravitate towards you. Nevertheless, he has done a lot of things. All those your fans, your celebrities, your faves on the AMVCA carpet. Guess who styles them? So Benny, it's nice to have you in our studio. Tell us how this all started. When did it all start for you, and what was the background? Background to styling celebrities. What was it like?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for us to have fashion conversations. We hardly have fashion conversations in our space. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. So I'll say that for me, fashion has been a thing for me from my university days. Even right from childhood, you get growing up, my siblings, they always ask me to suggest styles to them. My sisters actually. So it became a thing for us in the house. Anytime you're going out, they come to me, "Hi Benny, what's up? Do you think you like this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And my opinions are varied. So it became a thing. Then I got to school. I started doing the whole thing. Collaborating with my friends, my classmates. They want to go out. They want to go to events, dinner nights, all of those things. They call me. So at a point, I became a very fashionable person in my faculty. You get, because for me, I needed to change how we see some certain things, some certain clothes in that territory. Because for me, I schooled in Amritsar University, Epoma. So in Epoma, if people that know Epoma, they know how people dress there. There's always jeans,
people are here.
jeans, polo, they are sagging. This one is with dress. Nobody really cares about their style. Everybody's just wearing what they feel like and just come. So for me, it was very boring, and I didn't like that. So it started from my own personal uniform, going to classes every day. We used to wear navy blue and black. So you see me in different kind of outfits, see me in different shades of navy blue. I always very stylish. Today I paired with coat, tomorrow I'm with a jacket, next tomorrow I'm with a bishop neck, tomorrow collar neck. It was just crazy, different style, different. So everybody kept wondering, Benny, what's happening? So I thought of the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this is actually a market in Lagos, but it's not here. So I need to do something. So that's how it actually came up. And I started collaborating with some of the designers that I saw there, and they love my style. They love, in fact, when I do something with them, it's different from what they've been doing, and they're wondering, they're like, what have they been doing actually? So it became a very interesting thing for me, and I came back to Lagos too.
So let's talk about your inspiration to fashion in general. What inspired you to pursue this career initially?
Okay, for me, like I said, I love fashion.
Okay, but who inspired you really?
I have a lot of mentors at the moment. A lot of people inspired me actually. One of which is the styling Fidel. Actually, one of my mentors. I look forward to him. I look up to him. I mean, it's one of the intentional stylists we have in Nigeria.
Have you guys met?
Yes, we have. And we follow each other on Instagram. He's wonderful. He pays a lot of attention to detail. So it caught my eye when I was growing up. So, and I mean, I followed him diligently. So, didn't know we would meet this close, this very soon. This, the gap wasn't so long. I mean, I've been in the industry for 2 years. He's been there for 10. So, but yeah.
So in your view, why is the fashion industry, let's talk about the industry of fashion right now. Why is the fashion industry positioned to becoming the next big thing in Africa, from Africa? Because we are seeing a lot of stylists or a lot of fashion designers taking their brands outside, and this is something that not just, we're not talking about music or film. If you want to talk about the creative industry in Nigeria, we're talking about also fashion is also part of it. We are at the event, we are at the African creative markets, and fashion is basically has its own show to show you how, and the runway that happened yesterday evening. It was superb. A lot of fashion designers came out to show their brand. So my question now is, why do you think we are basically African fashion is the next big thing out of Africa?
Africa is a great continent, and for Nigeria, we are very great. Like we have richness in our culture.
Yeah.
And if you look at our local fabrics that we have, like the likes of Adire, Ashioke, tie and dye, and the rest, these are fabrics that they were there then, but people did not do so much with it.
Okay.
So it seems like now every designer they've created a niche for themselves and they've seen the market. So they want to use this same cultural, what we already have, to modify it to make sure that the rest of the world sees it, and they're doing fantastic with it. If you check Lisa Afolayo, you would see that she doesn't drift away from us, like our culture. Go and check her prints. It tells a story with our heritage, it's our culture, and all of those things. Not even only Lisa. Go to look at Ugomoye.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So these are people that want to tell stories in all of these things. And Africa is just so they need to break into that market to be able to show for sort of this thing. So it's not just a Nigeria thing. It's everybody needs to see it.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of conversations around people taking their it's like the big countries that accept fashion. When we take our things out there, you're no longer thinking about the UK hip hop fashion or not. They're now focusing more on, let's see what's coming from Africa, because we are using our artists who are big, the big artists to explore, those spaces and all that, which is quite something. It's something I see is amazing, which is something that fashion designers should tap into and all that. So, but my next question goes to, like, how is it contributing to job creation in Nigeria?
It is. A typical Nigerian designer has a lot of labor, like workforce, right? In terms of production, facility control, like a lot of things are going into in production of a dress. There are a lot of stages it passes. So in these stages, the designer is not going to do them all herself. She has people to employ that's going to make them work. There is the person who is going to source the fabric, who's going to procure them, all of those things. There's bidding, there's just a lot actually. So I mean, it creates a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah. So can you discuss when you talk about fashion styling? You're one of the top in Nigeria. So right. So let's talk about styling as a business in Nigeria. What are the challenges like in terms of monetization, client acquisition, like building brands? What is it like about Bemi Styling?
For Bemi Styling, I mean, we are grateful for where we are now, and where we are going to. At the beginning of the year, we had a lot of plans that we're going to execute before even the first quarter, which were really achieved. Now we're in the second half of the year. We're looking out for some other things that we have in our list as well. For stylists in Lagos, I'm glad that now people are beginning to see and they know the importance of having a stylist. For us, it's not just about the clothes now. It's about putting an entire look together, telling a story. A client comes to you, she doesn't know what she wants, she doesn't have an idea of what she wants to be like. For instance, bridal styling, do you understand? So it is the job of a stylist to put all of these elements together and make sure that their client looks great. Being able to see this client, know what will work on them, know what will fit them, know what elements is going to put together to make a complete look for this person. Communicating with clients too, do you understand? And I'm really glad that people are beginning to see that the fashion styling industry is a place to reckon with. People are beginning to trust their money with stylists and know that yes, they're going to get full use of it, and they're going to make it work. Because unlike before, when you even tell somebody I'm a stylist, they'll be like, oh, what's this one doing? Do you get? It wasn't a thing then. I'm sure when those people started maybe 7-8 years ago, they found it very difficult because it was just like they were trying to just do it for doing sake, because out of passion and all of those things, they didn't really get so much from it, because then it wasn't paying as much as it is paying now. So now people now know the real work of a stylist and why I must. You can literally see if you would see a work that a stylist is involved in and see a work that a stylist is not involved in, and you can tell the difference.
So
it's very,
my question is, what separates you in terms of you and other stylists? What's the branding about Benny Styling that separates you from?
Okay, so for Benny Styling, we are a styling company, right? Benny is a person. The Benny Styling is a company, and you do a lot of things actually. We do bridal styling and groom styling.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we do bridal styling, groom styling. We do commercial styling, editorials, birthday shoots, special events, And aside that, we do style creation for fashion brands. So it's not just, we're not selfish with what we give out. We give to fashion brands as well, and all of those fashion shows too. And that's
God, from my lips to your. I want him to style me on my birthday.
We will. Why not?
Yeah, because I'm big on fashion myself, but and I feel like this was like 3 years ago when I decided to like have a change of style, how I appear and how I look, and I couldn't do it by myself. I had to like make use of someone who. She's into fashion really, but I call her my stylist really. But I saw the value of having somebody being called, someone to look at you and look at what fits you, and how you wear and how you carry that clothes you're wearing, how you present it, and how it's telling a story about you. That was what she was speaking to me, and since then I got it, and I was like, fine, this is something that I feel like keying into. And then this brings me to my next question, which is what are the opportunities how do you see fashion growing in Nigeria, fashion styling going on? What are the opportunities like? And I know you are the bridge between the person who wants to be styled and the fashion designer. What's that synergy like, and how is it going forward in Nigerian fashion styling industry? How is it?
Okay, so stylists are at the forefront of every creation, because for us, we get when a client consults us to style them, for instance, bridal styling.
Okay.
And we talk to them about they talk to us about what they like, what they do not like, the kind of fabrics they want, all of those things, By talking to them during the consultation already, you already know what's to put together for them. Do you understand? So when putting those things together, you already have an idea of the designer that is going to be able to curate that mood board you have put together. So it's not just us creating the mood board and just taking to any designer. They'll make your job very worse. You take it to who you know that can execute it. We have a lot of designers now that really do so much work. Creative designers do so much work. It's not hard to even find them. You get? So when you put these things together, you take to them, you understand? They tell you, okay, this is how it's gonna be like. And I mean, it's not very hard for them to execute, because that's their niche already.
Yeah.
That's what they do already. Do you understand? You just come and you go back to, you just relax because you're comfortable that they're going to execute.
Yeah.
Unlike you taking this same mood board, someone that doesn't even know the job, you're just a designer, but you're still going to teach them what to do. Do you understand? I think that one is, those people will stress you. Those ones will even stress you more. So the thing is, for us stylists, we know those designers that do the work.
Okay.
We know the ones that will stress you and make you just hate the whole thing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's not just about taking a particular work. I can create this sketch and give it to 5 designers, and the 5 of them will execute it differently.
Okay.
Do you understand? So you have to see a designer and know their capacity, know what they are known, see what they are known for, and know how to work with them. Do you understand? There's some things you can't take to them because that's not their niche. They would not deliver on it. Do you understand? So that's we see these things. We can tell you, okay, so we suggest to our clients. I think this designer is not even about the dress now, the entire look. Do you understand? The hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the photography. Do you understand? So we see these things, we put them together in the mood board, and we give it to every creative that is best for the job.
That's a whole lot of work.
A lot of work.
You have done stuff with celebrities for the AMVCA carpets, like. So tell us the ones you know. What's your favorite? What was your favorite celebrities to work with? What particular dress did you make for this person? And what was the process like? You know, trying to match that person's like outfits to who this person is, a person's persona. So
I love all my pieces. Yeah. Right? Because everything I put together is very intentional for me. A lot of thoughts were put together, to put together to make sure that stuff comes to life. Because for me, it's not just about the money. I'm building my brand as well. Do you understand? So I try as much as possible to have a niche and people should know me for what I am doing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when these people come, they already see the uniqueness in my style and why they want to work with me. So most of the time, I let them tell me what they want.
Okay.
And I look for ways to modify it. Okay. Do you understand? So for my AMVCA this year, my clients, I think I styled two of the hosts. Awa Magaji who was the official red carpet host for Amstel Mota, and Rhea Abdul, who was the official host for African Magic. You know, they had communicated to me what they want, just gave me a brief, like told me, oh Benny, I want to look this way, I want to look that way. So I went to do my own work. Okay, but for Rhea, it was quite different because I was not just working with her, I was working with African Magic. Do you understand? So it was a way of, I needed to know what would work for Rhea, which a personal style, and know what is convenient for African Magic for the red carpet. Do you get? So it was quite fun. It wasn't for a stylist, you know, when you have your team, the work is not only on you. You know, the body may get increased by whichever joint supplies. So when you have other people in your team that are creative like yourself, you guys put your heads together to make it work. So I'll say I'm grateful for my team too, because they're actually the real ones, and they make it work. Make it work.
So I'm curious, how do we as fashion stylists in Nigeria, how do we elevate the fashion, African fashion to the international body? We are not just doing this for just Nigeria right now, or even Africa. How do we go beyond that as stylists?
There are a couple of stylists that are already breaking barriers already. They're already doing the work outside there, and getting global recognition already. So and they're doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. I'll just say that we should stay true to our own culture and our own style, right? And just know what works. Basically, we don't need to copy. Do you get? Be you. Do you get? Just do what works for you. If you decide to be here, and you want to do this, do it. If you decide to go this other route and you still want to do this, just do you basically. Do you get? So they're already making waves. We've been seeing a lot of stylists likes of Swazi.
So I'm thinking, as people would go to schools for fashion designing, are there opportunities for aspiring stylists, to actually do better in their crafts in terms of education? Is this something that is being talked about in the space yet amongst the industry players?
Yes, for stylists, for us stylists, we hardly have those conversations. But I think it's often with with the fashion designing, fashion
yes, it is.
But I'll say that for aspiring stylists, they should read about what they want to go into. There are a lot of articles and books to read from. Will teach you everything you need to know, literally. And again, you just have to put yourself under a tutor. If you see someone that kind of likes, that you like what he does, intern with them. Do you get? Stick to intern with them. Even if they don't, most of them might not even respond to you. Just watch closely. You'll catch one of the things. And be bold, start up your stuff, and just do it. One step at a time. You get there.
That might sound informal for people who just want to go into, but I think for those that want to, there's some people that want to try harder, they want to do better, they want to be, they're saying the likes of Benny Stars, then they want, I want to be like this person, I want to top this game. So do you think that is proper for there to be like an organized way whereby you can, because people, photographers are doing it.
Yeah.
The fact that they are doing it, get these people together, let them know about the business of it, how you handle clients, how you handle fashion designers. I don't think that's something you're talking about.
A lot of some stylists are already like doing master classes already.
Oh, pretty beautiful.
I think Zach Luxury Styling, he did a few months ago. I think we have another one coming up, Yolanda Okereke master class. So yeah, so I mean, people are having that conversation already. So they should enroll, and I mean, I say I'm registered for the class, this classes, and ask questions in these classes. Do you understand? Ask questions that bother you. Most of the time when people go for master classes like this, you just sit down there and just be fanzing the people there. No, so ask real life questions. Those things, because even till date, people are still scared to ask questions about how am I supposed to charge a client for so and so X, Y, Z and this. When you go for those master classes, ask the speaker, how do you do this? How do you do that? They'll tell you.
So do you use tech during your process? Is there any way you use tech to there's AI right now helping people to draw out ideas? Is something that you do?
Yeah, tech is one of the tool for us fashion stylists now, because we do a lot with it in terms of virtual consultations and virtual fittings, all of those things. There are some clients we have in diaspora that we just have to style online. We don't have to be there. Yeah, so we tech has played like a very, very vital role in those aspects, virtual consultations, fitting sections and all of those things. Yeah, even AI too. So see most of designers now using AI to do like their sketches and like they're beautiful, like very, very good. So it's gonna take some people off the market, but it's doing the work.
So let's go to, we mentioned something about like bridal styling, and is something you're getting into?
I do bridal styling.
We talk more about it. Let's
bridal styling is, in fact, bridal styling is the big deal in our country, in Nigeria. Bridal styling is the official deal, actually. Most people tell you styling celebrities doesn't really pay as much as, yes, it doesn't, but still, bridal styling just does the work. It's complex, but it is very, very engaging. You get it's very fun for me. I love bridal style. I love to style brides, maybe because I love to hear their stories. I like to when we have consultations with brides, and you hear how the goats fall in love, having to draw a mood board from someone's love story. I mean, it's just a great thing. So I've started a couple of brides actually. Start a couple of brides.
So finally, tell us what you think aspiring stylists should learn. People that are trying to get into the business of styling, because it's a business, whether we like it or not. You've been successful at it, and a lot of stylists have also been successful. What do you think they should look out for, and what are the things they should do in terms to make it in the industry?
I would say aspiring fashion stylists should read up on about what they are about to going into, because styling is beyond touching the client on the day of the events, that trying to put this on the clients and put that up. It's beyond that. It's a whole lot of work. You understand? You must understand a lot of things. You must understand color combinations. You must understand your clients. You must understand their body. So for me, I have a lot of clients that they'll tell me, Benny, I like this. Why can't I wear it? And I'll be like, no, it's not going to look good on you because this, and this. You understand? So you must be able to understand all of this content, because, and you must know what you want, first of all. Do you get? Know why you want to even be a stylist in the first place. What is lacking in that space that you want to fill? Do you understand? You want to be a stylist with the same how everybody's going, or you want to be a stylist with different. So I mean, just do you, basically. You get, know what you want and read often. If you have mentors, talk to them, follow up. Do you understand? Watch them closely. I mean, do the actual work. Yeah. So.
All right. This is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you so much, Benny, for coming to the show. This is where we wrap up for today. We draw the curtains here on BD Extra. Catch us on BDTV, on our live shows for news, for business news, sports, and everything that interests you. We have Benny on. Benny, say something to the camera. Let's see.
Hey, it's so good to be here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and we wrap up. Thank you and goodbye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira value appreciates against dollar at the official market. And the federal government leased 260 billion Naira bonds for October auction. Nigeria's trade $50 billion in crypto, ignore capital market, says SEC. And Dangote Cement posts record 743 billion naira profit despite flat volumes. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. The Naira continued its upward trend on Monday, appreciating to 1,452.79 Naira per dollar at the official foreign exchange market, up from 1,457.95 Naira on Friday. Now, this marks a 0.35% gain, extending the currency's week-long rally. The Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria President Aminu Gwadabe attributed the improvement to Nigeria's exit from Financial Action Task Force, grey list, increased oil revenue, rising foreign reserves, and strong diaspora remittances. Gwadabe said the country's removal from the FATF list boosted investor confidence, helping the Naira gain 10 Naira at the parallel market. He added that the Central Bank of Nigeria's efforts to grow foreign reserves to $42.26 billion had strengthened the currency. And the federal government, through the Debt Management Office, has opened subscriptions for 260 billion naira worth of bonds in its October 2025 auction. The offer includes a 130 billion naira, which is about 17.945% FGN August 2030 bond in a 5-year reopening, and another 130 billion naira, 17.95% FGN June 2032 bond, which is about a 7-year reopening. According to the DMO, the auction opened on October 27 and will be settled on October 29, 2025, and each bond unit is priced at 1,000 naira with a minimum subscription of 50 million naira. And the bonds listed on the Nigerian Exchange and FMDQ OTC Securities Exchange qualify as liquid assets for banks and enjoy tax exemptions under CITA and PITA. And the DMO earlier reported raising 3.03 trillion naira from FGN bonds between January and August 2025, with strong investor demand for long-term securities. Also, the Securities and Exchange Commission SEC has expressed concern over Nigerians' growing preference for cryptocurrency trading over investments in the traditional capital market. According to SEC Director General Imamotimi Agama, over $50 billion worth of crypto transactions flowed through Nigeria between July 2023 and June 2024, reflecting a high level of investor sophistication and risk appetite not captured by the formal market. Agama, speaking at the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers annual conference, said fewer than 4% of Nigerian adults currently invest in the capital market, compared to over 60 million of who engage in daily gambling, worth an estimated $5.5 million. He described the low participation rate in Nigeria's 30% market capitalization to GDP ratio as obstacles to economic growth, urging renewed reforms, trust building, and inclusion to deepen retail participation. Up ahead, Dangote Cement posts record 743 billion naira profits despite flat volumes. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing, I think, is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome to News Update 2. Welcome back. Dangote Cement PLC has reported a strong 9-month performance for the period ended September 30, 2025, driven by improved pricing in its Nigerian market, lower finance costs, and strict cost control. Despite slightly lower volumes, the company delivered record profits, with revenue rising 23.2% to 3.15 trillion naira, while profits after tax surged 166.3% to 743.3 billion naira. Earnings per share climbed to 43.82 naira, and net debt dropped significantly to 958 billion naira from 2.06 trillion naira in 2024. The local operation generated 2.18 trillion naira in revenue, up 42.4%, supported by a more efficient energy mix and the deployment of CNG-powered trucks, which helps reduce production and logistics costs. Even with Pan-African operations being affected, the company maintained strong cost discipline, limiting manufacturing cost growth of 4% and cutting foreign exchange losses from 222 billion naira to just 1 billion naira. And total capital expenditure reached 462 billion naira, including the commissioning of a new 3MT Côte d'Ivoire grinding plant, which raised the total capacity to 55 MTA. And now, moving on, the Dangote refinery has re-employed the engineers it sacked last month following its dispute with the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASN. The affected workers, many of whom were still trainees, were redeployed to Dangote projects in states including Benue, Borno, Zamfara, and Kebbi. The refinery's move follows federal intervention that ended last month's oil workers' strike over the mass layoffs. PENGASN had accused the company of victimizing union members, but Dangote Group said the sack was part of a reorganization. Meanwhile, backed the proposed amendment of the Petroleum Industry Act, saying the review will strengthen Nigeria's oil and gas sector and encourage local refining. As part of its regional growth strategy, Dangote Refinery plans to build a major tank farm in Namibia to distribute petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel to southern African countries. And now, away from that story, the federal government has spent about 12.5 billion naira to purchase gold from artisanal and small-scale miners under the National Gold Purchase Program, NGPP. The move is part of efforts to formalize the mining sector and boost Nigeria's foreign reserves through locally sourced gold rather than relying on foreign exchange. Documents from the Natural Resources Fund show that the payment approved by President Bola Tinubu on August 25, 2025 was implemented by the Solid Minerals Development Fund, SMDF, to expand ongoing interventions that improve the capacity and efficiency of artisanal miners. A Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, said the program allows the government to buy gold in naira, strengthening the currency and curbing smuggling. He explained that the acquired gold is added to the Central Bank of Nigeria reserves, helping reduce the pressure on foreign exchange demand and creating jobs for local miners. And Transnational Corporation PLC has reported a strong financial performance for the third quarter of 2025, posting revenue of 413.4 billion naira, a 39% increase from 297.7 billion naira in the same period last year. According to its own audited financial statements for the period ended September 30, 2025, profit before tax rose 18% to 124.5 billion naira, while profit after tax climbed 20.5% to 91.4 billion naira compared to 75.9 billion naira in 2024. Chairman Tony Elumelu said the results reflect the opportunities within Nigeria's economy and Transcorp's ability to create sustainable value through diversification. And Group President and CEO Owen Omogiafo noted that the results underscore the company's operational excellence and commitment to efficiency, adding the Transcorp is positioned to finish the year strong while delivering long-term value to shareholders. And still to come, South African rand flat as investors focus on U.S. rate decision. This and more after this commercial break. We will be right back. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching News Update. We now head to Africa. The South African rand was a little changed in early trade on Tuesday as investors waited for key global events, including a U.S. interest rate decision and possible progress in trade talks between Washington and Beijing. At around 7:43 GMT, the rand traded 17.26 to the dollar, about 0.2% weaker than its previous close. Economists expect the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut interest rates by 25 basis points this week, a move that could influence global inflation and the dollar's performance. And locally, traders are watching this week's data on money supply, private sector credit, trade balance, budget numbers, and producer inflation for insight into the strength of South Africa's economy. On the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the top 40 index was flat, while the benchmark 2035 government bond yield held steady at 8.885%. And the International Monetary Fund says it held productive talks with Malawi's new government during its annual meetings in Washington this month as the country seeks a fresh lending program. An IMF spokesperson told Reuters that discussions focused on Malawi's plans to restore macroeconomic stability and how the fund can support ongoing reform efforts. Malawi's last IMF program was terminated in May after it failed to achieve its targets for economic stability. President Peter Mutharika, who took office earlier this month, faces the challenge of steering the Southern African nation out of a deepening economic crisis. An aircraft carrying 12 people crashed just minutes after takeoff from Diani airstrip in Kenya's coastal Kwale region early Tuesday, bursting into flames and leaving all on board feared dead, authorities confirmed. According to CNN, the official said the Cessna Caravan type plane operated by Mombasa Air Safari was en route to Masai Mara National Reserve when it went down in a hilly and forested area about 40 kilometers, 25 miles from Diani airstrip. Kwale County Commissioner Stephen Orinde told the Association Press that the passengers were all foreign tourists and that their nationalities would be confirmed later. According to the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, 12 people were on board the Cessna Caravan type aircraft, and investigations are underway to determine the cause of the crash. And I'm moving on to foreign scene. Venezuela has suspended all energy cooperation with Trinidad and Tobago, including joint natural gas projects. President Nicolas Maduro announced this on Monday. In a televised address, Maduro said he approved a proposal from the Oil Ministry and state-run and PDVSA to halt the cooperation agreement pending further review by Congress and the Supreme Court. The decision could revoke Trinidad's license to develop Venezuela's Dragon natural gas field, which holds an estimated 4.2 trillion cubic feet of reserves. And Maduro accused Trinidad's new Prime Minister Kamala Posada Bisesa of aligning too closely with the United States following the recent docking of a U.S. warship in Trinidad. The move marks a sharp reversal from former Prime Minister Keith Rowley's energy diplomacy, which sought to tap Venezuelans' gas to support Trinidad's energy-dependent economy. And U.S. President Donald Trump has praised Japan's first female Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, during his visit to Tokyo on Tuesday, commending her plans to accelerate Japan's military build-up and deepen economic cooperation with the United States. Both leaders signed new agreements covering trade, energy, artificial intelligence, and critical minerals, with Japanese companies expected to invest up to $400 billion in related projects. Tokyo has also pledged $550 billion in U.S. investment, loans, and guarantees as part of a deal to ease Trump's import tariffs. And Takaichi, a protege of the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, invoked Abe's legacy during the meeting, presenting Trump with golf memorabilia and a map highlighting Japanese investments in the U.S. Trump congratulated Takaichi on becoming Japan's first woman Prime Minister, calling it a big deal and praised her as one of the great leaders to come. Up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Yeah, welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Brighton and Hove Albion have built a strong reputation for sporting young talent with players like Moses Caicedo, Mark Cucurella, Joe Pedro, Ben White, and Alexis McAllister, earning the club more than £300 million in transfer fees over the last 4 years. But one that got away is Victor Gyökeres, sold to Coventry City for just £1 million in 2021. The Swedish forward has since become a £63.5 million signing for Arsenal and recently won the Gerd Muller Trophy after finishing as the world's top goal scorer in 2025. Brighton Chief Executive Paul Barber admits the club always saw Gyökeres as a top talent, but says the timing just wasn't right. During his time at Brighton, Gyökeres made only 8 first-team appearances and was often deployed as a winger rather than a central striker. And now thriving as a prolific forward, his rise is another reminder of how fine the margins can be in football development. And now to end the news, Wayne Rooney has questioned the leadership within Liverpool's squad as their poor run of form continues. And Slots Slide suffered a 4th straight Premier League defeat on Saturday, losing 3-2 to Brentford following earlier losses to Manchester United, Chelsea and Crystal Palace. The defending champions now sit 7th in the table, 7 points behind leaders Arsenal. Speaking on his podcast, Wayne Rooney Show, the former England striker said senior players like Virgil van Dijk and Mohamed Salah have not shown enough leadership through their performances or body language. Rooney said the team needs its leaders and manager to figure it out quickly as the Reds look to bounce back in the Carabao Cup against Crystal Palace on Wednesday before returning to league action against Aston Villa. And that is the much we have for you on news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Lagos now I only know a beautiful city I must conquer. City that's meant to blue line on the arena. Everywhere you feel so be extra. And I am scared of tourists that try. Bridges
city of Africa's powerhouse and the heartbeat of Nigeria, popularly referred to as the city that never sleeps, a city with an active commercial, social, and nightlife. Indeed, the center of excellence as it continues to attract both investors and visitors alike. Of the major seaport of Nigeria, and also the hub of the major headquarters of banks, industries, and manufacturing companies. It is that state true excellence. The state is known to record many firsts. Surprisingly, it has not relented in its pulse is felt in Africa and as transformations keep taking daily basis. Expectedly, behind any rapid transformation, a visionary leader. The administration of Governor Babangida has proven to be true, continued to steer towards unprecedented growth and innovation as the nation true has remained unwavering. Despite the fact that the state was already in with the challenges of overpopulation, traffic congestion, and the
Semaphore Foundation, a 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank, proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of failure and social experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective, noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Gbenga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examined the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Gbenga Kingbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact. And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Beki Initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors, all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products, turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semaphore Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups grow in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can hand more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society.
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology where we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic, which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day Television News. Semaphore Foundation, a fund.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on BDTV, the show where we celebrate both founders and big ideas making waves in Nigeria and beyond. On each episode, we shine a spotlight on the game changers, building the businesses that are shaping the future of innovation across the continent. Today's episode dives into a fascinating topic from idea to impact, scaling a maritime tech startup in an underexplored Africa market. I'm Glory Brown Odibo, and joining me to explore this exciting journey is Leonard Lawani, who is the co-founder of Batog. He has a special and strong background in fintech, SaaS, and maritime innovation. He has helped scale tech-driven solutions across Africa and is passionate about using technology to tackle long-standing inefficiency in maritime logistics. Leonard Lawani, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Let's quickly dive into the first question I have for you. What gave you the idea about Batog, the inspiration behind it, and what were you aiming to solve?
Batog was a result of frustration, actually. So
Oh,
we're
really?
trying to close an oil and gas deal with a friend of mine who ended up becoming one of the co-founders. We're trying to close this oil and gas deal, and we realized that it was very difficult to get vessels, it was difficult to get the right crew, right? And we thought, okay, I think somewhere along the line we lost the deal. So we thought, okay, why don't we just build a product, since we both have, like, IT backgrounds, right? I'm a software engineer by training, and he also has experience in oil and gas. So I thought we could just come together and build a product that would solve the problem, make it as transparent as possible. So that's how Batog was born.
The maritime sector is most times underlooked.
Yeah.
With Batog, have you been able to scale through all these years?
Honestly, it's. I would say that we got inspiration from our fintech brothers. We realized that, guys were using fintech to disrupt the banking sector, and it was also at the time an untapped market until guys like Flutterwave, Paystar came, and they created, like, or I would say disrupted it to a point where MoneyPoint could actually piggyback on that type of trajectory. So it was kind of inspiring seeing these guys actually apply themselves in that regard, and that was exactly what made us to dive into this sector. It was very chaotic, to be honest. It was difficult to explain the idea to the traditional oil and gas person or the traditional vessel owner, because they wanted things to be done traditionally. They still used spreadsheets, they still had to make calls. Closing a deal with a vessel owner could take months. So we thought that we could actually solve that by automating the process. So I mean, in the long run, we saw an opportunity with all of these challenges that they were having, and we decided to build on that.
Starting up, how was it like for Vartog?
It was crazy. It was crazy because
Can you walk me through it?
I mean, prior to Vartog, we all worked in 9 to 5, so it was very difficult to say, okay, let's even focus on this, or we just have 9 to 5 on the side. So we had it was very difficult to actually even get a team together. But fortunately for us, we have an amazing team of experts that contribute in no small measure to making sure that the product is actually as fantastic as possible. So it took us a while to agree on the idea, leverage friends and family, because we also realized that we had people in the sector that were friends and families that also own vessels. So we thought to leverage that opportunity. Our uncle owns a vessel, our an auntie or a family friend is a captain. We could actually leverage that to actually create something that people could use.
In the maritime space, we have different competitors.
Absolutely.
We have different key players as well.
Yeah.
So what's the uniqueness in Vartog that makes Vartog stands out from every other?
I think we focused on we think the most important client is the vessel owner, right? Getting
the vessel owner.
Exactly. So getting the vessel owners to join our platform, or building the platform to be focused to making the vessel owner feel important and also meet their needs. We thought that would actually help sway the market in our favor, right? So imagine you building a product like Uber, right? We focused on the car owners. That was basically what Uber did, and that's exactly the same approach you used for the vessel platform. So we decided to create a platform and tailored it to the vessel owners. We know that when the vessel owners adopt it, every other person would actually come, and that's basically how we've been able to structure the business moving forward.
Talking about the business moving forward, access to funding for you to be able to scale to the top is a challenge.
Absolutely.
So while starting, how are you able to get those funds? When you're starting up and you don't have capital, you get discouraged along the way.
Absolutely.
So how are you able to put funds together for you to be able to get to where you are now, to achieve the goals of Vartog?
We're fortunate enough, like I said, we had the 9 to 5, so we were able to bring some funds together. And because we also have like a technology background or technological background, we didn't have to hire too many manpower, so much people to handle programming and stuff. So a member of the founding team is a full stack developer, so that helped us to a large extent to build the back-end architecture of the product. And it was very easy for us to also leverage the friends and families that we had that own vessels and were also in the industry. So these connections that we had was able to help us really move forward without spending so much cash. Of course, we need money to expand, scale, get to other parts of the country. I mean, it's not just Lagos that we're trying to target. There's Port Harcourt, and there's the Niger Delta that we're trying to capture as well. So I mean, we felt like building a product, making sure the product is solid enough, eventually we'll get the right investment. As long as you're solving problems, we'll get the right investment. So far it's just been from out of pocket.
Let's talk about the regulation.
Absolutely.
Regulation in maritime is complex.
Yeah.
It's challenging. So how have you guys been able to stay regarding all these challenges that comes with regulation. And remember, it's a startup show. We definitely have people out there looking forward to delve into this maritime starting up, you understand? So how have you guys been able to walk through the regulation process?
I think what we did was we first identified the agencies that were involved, or major agencies and major key players that we could partner with. It's over $100 billion industry, so it's big, and you have big players there, and you also need to understand that it's not a type of business that allows everybody to just waltz into the door. We noticed NIMASA was a very key player, so off the top of our heads, we decided to strategically partner with NIMASA and the Ship Owners Association as well. So that was something that we did from the jump, because like I said, the product was prioritizing vessel owners. So by partnering with all of these guys, we were able to find a way to leverage their credentials, leverage the architecture, infrastructure as well. So what I mean by that is, how you have NIMASA has some level of clearance. So partnering with NIMASA gives us some access into the maritime sector, and that's exactly what we've been doing with other agencies as well. So that's how we've been able to manage, what you asked.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Many startups struggle with talent gaps. You understand? Yeah. So how has VATOC been able to get expertise, the right talent that can be able to come and bring in ideas to move the vision and the goals to the next stage?
Fundamentally, the whole company is set up with members or experts from different aspects of the oil and gas industry. So some guys are in financing, some in vessel management, some are also in crewing. So we have a lot of experts within the team, and what we've been able to do is use the same approach that we use in onboarding our guys internally to onboard talent for the vessel owners. For example, if a vessel owner needs someone to, like a crew member, we have on the platform a feature that allows you to check the credentials of the person and make sure the person is qualified enough. Then you can also negotiate the salaries and all of that. So we've made that very easy, streamlined that to as easy as filling a form and getting a call the next day that you have a talent that can actually onboard your ship.
Aside profit coming into the company, what other ways has VATOC been able to impact to the people out there, to start up out there, regarding job creation, regarding lectures and all that training for startups coming in to learn the maritime tech sector?
Okay, so I think one way we directly impact our community in that regard is by giving them an opportunity to actually train with some very big names, right? So on VATOC we we promote like internships, with they call them the IOCs, the big boys in the space. So we create that opportunity where they could actually train and learn firsthand. So most of these guys are coming directly from marine colleges or maritime colleges, and that's exactly how we directly impact these young people. Another way we do that is another way we do that is by also allowing some of these guys to come on the platform and use the platform for themselves. It has a lot of data, it has a lot of library. If you're searching for companies to work with, if you're even searching for data, let's say you're trying to build a similar product to solve a problem within the sector, you could also get data from us. We offer that kind of service even for people that are trying to build something similar. Yeah.
For startup, it's really not that easy. They go through a lot. How can the government play a role in improving maritime technology for startups to make it easier?
Well, I think one way the government can actually assist in making this journey smooth for us is by creating an opportunity for investors to specifically invest in the maritime industry, because we noticed over the years that a lot of investors are a bit skeptical about the industry. Nobody has really gone there to play, right? And the way things are done, they are very traditional, very, opaque. So you can't really see what's going on. So we're really, taking a risk by getting in there, creating that transparency, making people understand that this market is actually investable, right? I think the government will contribute fantastic if they, collaborate with Batog and also leverage the data we've been able to collect and use that to also help for, other startups that could actually spring up within the industry. So yeah, I think to a large extent, the collaboration would be fantastic. And also access to funds, right? Access to funds for business within that industry, especially as regards the environment. Because to a large extent, there's a lot of pollution within this sector, right? And this pollution, and this sector is the most, as in the sector with the highest amounts of pollution, right? Because of the kind of products that they deal with. So I feel like if the government could actually collaborate with not just Vatog, but other startups to see that we can actually manage to make sure that the environment that this businesses are run in are maintained and a lot more, environmental friendly moving forward. Yeah.
For startups, a lot of them don't even know how to approach the vessel owners. Like you said, they are the main deal when it comes to maritime.
Exactly.
So how can they approach small or big vessel owners? How can they build trust? And how can they keep the relationship going?
I think Vatog has been able to put themselves in the middle in that conversation. So what we've been able to do is we've been able to make sure that a vessel owner can access the charterer or the customer directly. Customer can access the vessel owner directly. But while that conversation is going on, Vatog is in the middle managing it in such a way that there is we're tracking to see if there's any fraudulent conversation going on. We're doing KYCs in the back end to make sure that they're doing business with the right people, right? So these are the things that we do to make sure that, it's easy for, customers to speak to vessel owners, and at the same time, the vessel owners are feeling rest assured that they are doing business with the right people. So internally, we have a structure that manages both parties and both conversations. Yeah.
So let me ask you this personal question. If you were to go back and start all over again, what are the things you won't do and the things that you're going to do right this time?
If I was to go back again, I think I would have spent more time researching, because we made a lot of mistakes because we didn't really understand so many aspects of the business. The oil and gas and maritime sector is deep. Right. So one thing we would have done was really invest in R&D, gotten that data, gone to the field, spoken to stakeholders, ask them specifically what are your pain points, right? Instead of, because we did a lot of assumption because of access to data, we didn't have enough data, right? And, getting hold of these vessel owners, it's not easy. So we had to make a lot of assumptions and learn along the way. But if we were to start over, I would definitely invest, or we will definitely invest in R&D. Yeah.
Talking about advice to startup out there looking forward to delve into the maritime ecosystem.
Yeah.
What advice can you give to them?
Just start. I mean, it's not as hard as you think, right? It's not as hard as you think. And then again, you don't even know how good it is until you get it, you understand? So you would learn to make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes, you learn to improve on the ideas. Just have a simple problem that you want to solve. Don't overcomplicate it. Have a very simple problem you want to solve. Get into the market and try to solve the problem the best way possible, right? So that's my advice.
For Vatog now, how has the approach with different stakeholders been with it?
Of course, yeah. So stakeholders are stuck in their ways, and I totally understand, because the market is actually, fundamentally built on trust. So you want to give your vessel to somebody that you trust. This person is going to pay you back after you've given that vessel. So you want to also give it or crew it with people that you also trust, and it's very pillared on integrity. What we've been able to do is we've been able to build a relationship with the vessel owners and make them understand that, look, you can trust us at least. and we can also create a system where at least some things are a lot more consistent. The truth is, with human beings, there are lots of variables. So somebody might call you tomorrow and say, oh, look, I was supposed to come, but something happened. Even though you're using this person for the most time, I think Nigerian tailors are fantastic examples, right? So, I mean, these things happen, but you want a situation where you can bet on, on us. And that's basically what we've been able to do with building the system and architecture and processes that can be trusted and counted on.
For the maritime ecosystem now, how do you compare what it is now and where do you see it's going to be like in the next 5 to 10 years in Nigeria?
Oh my God, I think that's where I would say the next frontier of technology is going to evolve from. I mean, we have a billion fintech products, right? I feel like in the maritime and oil and gas, I would categorize it as the energy sector. I think the energy sector is going to be the next frontier for, the tech evolution, the tech bust, right? I feel like there's so much that's going to go on. I mean, 90% of our, export and import happens, on the waters. So you can imagine how much opportunity that we're looking at every day. And Nigeria is like one of the biggest in the world of Africa. So of course there are lots of opportunities for tech startup. I think, Bartok pioneering that movement will actually, not really pioneering, I need to correct that because there are companies, I think there was a company before us, but I think also championing that movement would actually create some level of faith and it will open the opportunities to young people to want to dive into that sector as well.
In this era, we have a lot of technology here and there, you understand? How has technology helped in efficiency and also cost reduction when it comes to the maritime sector?
All right, I think to a large extent with technology has really helped reduce a lot of back and forth. So imagine a traditional approach where I'm trying to get a vessel and I'm speaking to person A speaks to person B, then C, then D, then E, right? Then person F finally gets the vessel, but I have to pay person A, B, C, D, E, right? And person F. So I'm paying all of these people because I just spoke to them about the vessel and they finally got the vessel. Now technology just directs me to the owner of the vessel. So instead of paying these people, I could just pay one person for just pointing me to the vessel. So that's basically what we're trying. That's one of the things we're trying to do. Secondly, the fact that your vessel is there idle, you're paying for it every day, right? So, but if you create a channel where these vessels could actually be engaged regularly, it will be easy for them to make money. So in that case, I, as a vessel owner, I know that my asset is working for me, not just lying there, right? And it also gives the opportunity for small players to come on there and just, participate and make money, right? Because I feel like, because of how it is structured currently, these other young players or small guys don't even get the opportunity to have a piece of this pie. So we are giving that opportunity to them.
One last question before you go. We already have people that are no longer on the startup level. They've already started doing this stuff and they're already on it. But along the line, they feel like, are you sure it's for me? The challenges that comes with it and all that. So what's the big picture you can give to them to still hang on? One big picture that, like, if you keep to it, this and this is going to happen.
To be honest, like, I feel, you just have to keep trying. Like, nobody really knows everything. Like, if you look at some of these big companies that ended up becoming, billion-dollar, $100 billion companies, like YouTube, for instance. These guys were about to close shop when Google bought them over, right? So, and you could see how a company like WhatsApp wasn't generating revenue for the longest time until Mark Zuckerberg that's Facebook bought them over. And, you don't really understand, but as long as you're solving problems, I actually believe that as long as you're meeting people's needs, eventually the business will turn around. Right? The business turn around. The
consistency,
people,
right?
Absolutely, consistency, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Leonard Lawani. It's been an insightful journey on the topic of building and scaling maritime tech startup. Thank you for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
That brings us to the end of this episode of Startup Spotlight on bdtv. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Until next time, stay tuned and keep watching bdtv.